Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
It's 4 minutes till showtime.
Hey, fellas, don't fight over that hot dog. There's plenty for everyone. Big, plump, and juicy, wrapped in an oven-fresh bun. Add mustard, relish, ketchup, and go to work. Yes, the hot dogs at our refreshment center are the best you'll find anywhere. Everybody agrees on that.
It's 3 minutes till showtime.
Thirsty? The refreshment stand is open with everything to satisfy your taste buds. Here's the menu: the hottest, freshest, crunchiest popcorn, each kernel popped to its fullest with that real movie time taste. Cold drinks. You'll find your favorite ice cold, tasty, and thirst quenching. And hot dogs, hamburgers, and candy too. Now a short intermission, so you'll have time to make your selection before the show begins.
It's 2 minutes till showtime.
Your attention, please. All new hotshot electric in-car heaters have been installed for your comfort and convenience. Just insert heater through car window and turn on the switch. When leaving, please turn switch off and replace on speaker post. Warning, high voltage. For your own safety, do not attempt to repair or remove wires. Do not attempt to open heater unit. If you need assistance, please notify the theater box office or concession manager.
Top quality hamburgers, the most popular snack in the country. We serve them plain or garnished to your taste.
There are words men live by, words of strength, of wisdom, and of peace. We urge you to find the spiritual comfort and guidance we all so greatly need by attending your place of worship regularly.
Just 1 minute to go.
And now, on with the show.
No, that's not big enough. No, that's not big enough either. That's more like it. We're delighted to have you with us, and we extend a cordial welcome to you. We've lined up the top stars from Hollywood and from all over the world to entertain you on our giant screen with the new, colorful motion pictures you've been hearing about and reading about. To add to your enjoyment, we're all wound up to bowl you over at intermission time with live wire service at our snack bar, where you'll find a tempting variety of favorite foods and beverages. Your continued patronage is very, very welcome.
Hello, fellow humans, and welcome to MotherShip Poker. We've got a big week coming up to this week. We're going to be firing all week at the Dark Matter. Not the Dark Matter Nano, the Dark Matter, everybody. So yeah, that's going to be it's going to be fun, and that's going to happen this week. Going to fire today, tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday for sure. I think I'm traveling on Friday to my day job, so I probably won't play the 5th game on Friday. I'll probably play the 5th game either Saturday or Sunday. But by the end of this week, I will have put 5 bullets into the Dark Matter, the €10 buy-in, €1,000 guaranteed event. We are playing that right now, as you can see in the top left corner. So far, it's been a pretty slow start. Not much is going on. Got 2 other games also going. I'm going to be relatively quiet today as far as the total games are concerned, because I'm going to focus on the Dark Matter and make sure that we do our best in that one. But we also got the one of our old favorites, the €1 Falling Star bounty with €200 up top. We've taken a few chips in this one, but again, it's also been pretty slow. Not too much has happened. We've also just registered in the Comet Nano as well. Again, pretty slow start so far, but we are getting there. So yeah, it's gonna be a fun day. So yeah, let's focus mostly on this this big tournament where we've got currently. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be more registrations and stuff, but currently we got €50 as our min cash in here and €338 up top. So this could be a good day. Could be a good day. The reason I've chosen the Dark Matter to fire in to start with is it's one of the smallest of the quote-unquote Unibet major tournaments, named tournaments. There are a few that are €5 buy-in instead of €10 buy-ins, but they are all rebuys and or rebuy add-ons and or re-entries, which makes them slightly larger, I think, than the 5. The Dark Matter being a Addy, good evening, buddy. Good evening. Oh, welcome, welcome, welcome. I am certainly doing good. We, as you can see, are in the Dark Matter now. I was just explaining why I've chosen the Dark Matter as the one to fire at. It being a deep stacked, slow structure freeze-out event. That's sort of my wheelhouse as far as formats are concerned, so I'm pretty happy with that. I was also looking through my results. And over 62 tournaments, over 62 tries at the Dark Matter Nano, I have managed a 24% cash rate with, one moment, let me get the exact number so that I'm not, 24% cashing rate with 74% return on investment. I have won 1925 on 1105 in buy-ins in the Dark Matter Nano. So put all those things together, and it makes sense that the Dark Matter Nano is, or the Dark Matter is the first big tournament that I decide to fire here on Unibet, I think. So yeah, that's why I'm choosing this week to fire. I'll be firing €50 before the end of the week into the Dark Matter, into the big Dark Matter. Hopefully we pull some back out of that. Hopefully we don't, fire 5 bullets and miss 5 times. But I mean, that's always a possibility. This is poker, right? I mean, we can easily 24% ITM rate in the Dark Matter Nano means that I'm only cashing 1 out of every 4 of those tournaments, roughly. Not quite 1 out of every 4 of those tournaments, frankly. So, it's over 5. Yeah, I could easily go 5 tournaments without a win. I'm hoping that's not going to be the case. I'm hoping we will be able to cash 1 or 2 of these this week at least, if not more. Because I frankly think that I'm not a terrible. I think if I'm gonna jump up to a higher limit, this is a good tournament to do it in because it's in my wheelhouse, and I've shown with 2 wins and 74% ROI in the Dark Matter Nano. I think I've shown that I can play this format of poker. So here we are, playing. The 10 euros is obviously big for my bankroll. I only have 15 buy-ins at the 10 euro level. It's one of the reasons why I'm only choosing to do 5 in a row and then reassess after that. At the end of the day, if I fire 5 bullets and bust them all, I'll have chunked a third out of my bankroll. Basically, I'll have spent a third of my bankroll today, or this week. I mean. Assuming I buy all in for cash. Now, I am actually going to start to focus on 40 cent to 2 euro to 10 euro ticket paths, and see if I can't bank a couple of these this week for cheaper. But yeah, with any luck, we'll see what happens. Alrighty, so I'm on the falling star table. Whoops, I'm on the falling star table here. And I raised, and dude just overshoves in front of me. I think he could easily have ace, king, ace, or a smaller pair. So I think we're just calling off here, and GG if you've got a bigger. Blech. Blech. Of course, he does just have ace X, and he gets there. So, oh well, what are you going to do? Oh, I think my sound is weird. You guys aren't hearing the sound very well, are you? Or, well, you guys might have been. I wasn't. Alrighty, so that should. Yeah, it's better for me, anyways. I don't know if it matters. I don't know if it changed anything for you guys or not when I did that, but I just had my sound coming out of my. You're probably getting a bit of echo through my microphone, actually, since it was. So we found an interesting table, or interesting hand on the. Got interesting hands all over the place. We got an interesting hand on the Comet as well that I'll go down to here in a second once I'm done here. This is the, of course, the Dark Matter table, so it matters more. We pull in a nice little pot there. Alrighty, so let's go down to the Comet table. And what we got here is a pair of aces. We put in a raise with under the gun and got flatted. I got to say that's a pretty decent flop for our hand. Let's pretend like the ace scares us. Let's pretend like the ace scares us. Well, I guess we can't pretend like the ace scares us anymore, so we gotta. Oh well. Let's try to pretend like the ace scared us. Guess it didn't work. But the ace and the ace, followed up by the ace and the king of black. So I think this is probably super nitty, but I'm just going to get out of the way here. I mean, I got overcards and I got backdoor spades, so I could certainly continue here, but well, we're done in the falling star. Like I say, after we got those nines in, we were really short. We did double up once, then we got the rest of our stack in with ace king and just lost it. So you know, such is life. It's going to happen. I'm not terribly upset with that. But so we are done here now. Another difference behind the scenes is today. I don't know if it's going to matter to you guys or not, frankly. I actually don't know whether you guys see this impact or not. I've got my tables arranged in a slightly different way today on my OBS layout. For any of you that know OBS, instead of having 4 groups of a table and a title on one scene, I now have 4 scenes that are all identical except for the table that's attached to those scenes. So we'll see if that works a little bit better. I think it's going to be a little bit easier for me to find the table that I'm interested in looking at. Alrighty, so we are done in the dark or in the falling star. Hey, Cleeds. Well, okay, I'll run through the basic decision. With 150 in my bankroll, I'm feeling like playing nanos is not really my best bet right now. So I've moved up a little bit into some €1 and €2 singularities and bounty events, and I'm looking at maybe some of the €5 falling star and shooting star events as well as we go on. But I wanted to start throwing my hat into the ring with one of the named tournaments on Unibet. Looking at my results, I've got 2 wins in the Dark Matter Nano, and I ran through and did some number crunching on ITM rate and things like that, and over 62 tries, I've got a 24% ITM rate in the Dark Matter Nano, and I've had a 74% ROI on that, where I've won 19 euros over 11 euros in buy-ins. Add to the fact that the dark matter is a €10 buy-in and therefore the lowest priced of the named tournaments as well. Although there are €5 tournaments, they tend to be rebuy, re-entries, plus add-on type events, which makes them, in my opinion, a bigger event than the dark matter typically. So the dark matter is basically the easiest one for me to get into, and I also think that I play the format well, and I've got experience in the small version of it in the Dark Matter Nano. That's a good, solid experience. So that's why we're playing the Dark Matter this week. We're going to try to bank our bankroll, try to move up our bankroll quickly. You doing an educated shots at a tournament that we think we think we might have a bit of an edge in. Get rid of the 7 deuce on one of these annoying two-handed tables. I wonder how long we're going to be two-handed for. It's frustrating. Oh, good. We at least get a new person in quickly. So at the moment, I'm only playing 2 tables. I am playing the I'm playing the this dark matter and playing the Comet Nano as well. And if anybody was worried that Crazy Papa might be in trouble or be having some health problems or something, no worry, he's to my left on my Comet Nano table. You know, just to make sure that all is right with the world. There you got Crazy Papa sitting on one of my Nano tables. Alrighty, I'll check out the €5. I'll check out the €5 bounties as well, Cleeds. Then. And I definitely plan to do some of those. Now I also know, I mean, I know that the dark matter is a super high roller for me, right? I've only got, with 150 euros in my bankroll, I've only got 15 buy-ins to the dark matter. So it's definitely me taking a shot bigger than I should be playing in the dark matter. But I've actually had a look at the numbers, and I actually think that it's a shot that has a reasonably good chance of paying off for me with at least one cash and possibly cash and a deep run. You know. For the record, good friend and friend of the stream, Addy is helping bankroll this to a certain degree. He's bought a piece of me, so he's paid 50% of my buy-ins in this. So I'm not actually firing a third of my bankroll. To be perfectly frank, I'm firing about a sixth of my bankroll with his additions, but I am paying him back a piece when I win, so I'm not getting as much out of the winnings. And the truth is, I haven't actually moved any of that money over to my Unibet because I'm still being a little bit obstinate about not actually making any deposits at all. Zero, none, no deposit, none. So I'm just kind of keeping that as a side pool, and I might at some point move it over. Depending on what happens with this bankroll. But otherwise, my plan is if the staking with Addy continues, I'll just sort of deal with that offline, if that makes sense, through other means. Alrighty, I've just put in a raise in the button with my sixes. And I think we c-bet this if it checks to us. If he donk bets, we probably get out of the way because he probably always has an ace or king when he donks bets. But bet fairly small. I'm actually planning to get out of the way if he comes over top of me. I'm probably shutting down if he calls because that probably means he's got an ace or a king. So, I mean, I think there's lots of ways that he could be doing this with a bluff. He could be doing this with spades that I'm ahead of and a lot of other things. But I don't think he's ever doing this with raw air. And frankly, that's really the only hand that my sixes are ahead of at this point. So I'm getting out of the way. I sort of planned to shut down if he did that anyways. I kind of had that in mind. I mean, I don't think that he has to have an ace or a king there always, but yeah, and I might well do. I mean, the black hole, I've had a pretty good record in the black hole nano as well, so that's another one that I might seriously consider. It doesn't have an add-on, so it would simply be, if I treated it like a freeze-out, it would simply be a €5 freeze-out tournament. It does put me somewhat at a disadvantage in a tournament like the black hole if I'm playing it like a freeze out, but everybody else is willing to fire a second or a third bullet, that does put me at somewhat of a disadvantage. But it also means that people are going to be more willing to put their stacks in lighter against me than would be typical in a normal freeze out, I think. So probably worth giving a shot at. So yeah, I mean, I probably will throw some money at the black hole as well, and I'll probably throw some money at €5 bounty events, I'm thinking. But it is definitely time. It is definitely time that I start taking bigger shots. The nanos are great. They're fun, and I'm going to keep playing a lot of the nanos, I think. I mean, I'm playing the Nano Comet right now because I love the Nano Comet, and I can't afford to play the real Comet. But there is a point where, I mean, I realized the other day I won the Dark Matter Nano, and it was like €3, and I'm like, so I just spent like 5 hours of my life winning €3, which is fine. I enjoy the challenge of poker, and I enjoy playing the poker. But if I'm trying to build a bankroll challenge, at a certain point, while €3 was a great add to my bankroll when I had €30 on my bankroll, when I've got €150 in my bankroll, it doesn't really make a dent in things. So I need to start risking more to win more. So yeah, 10 euros into the dark matter is chunky, and it's a super high roller buy-in. But it's one that's calculated, and it's one that I've looked at the numbers, and it's one where I think I actually have a reasonable chance of pulling some cash back out of it. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I think taking a shot is the way to go. And at the end of the day, I understand that as you move up in poker, you're more likely to find better players that you're playing against and all that stuff that is true, which makes the games harder. But poker's poker, folks. Everybody gets 2 cards. 5 cards get put out on the board if you make it to the river. And people bet on the strength of their hands. It's not rocket science, and there's not a whole lot of difference between the poker that's played, between poker when it's played for a 1 penny and poker when it's played for $1,000. How the players interact with each other and with the table and with the play changes, but poker's poker. So if I'm comfortable with my poker game, I should be fairly comfortable to sit down in any scenario and not feel too outclassed. And I certainly think that's the case in a tournament like the Dark Matter, where I've demonstrated in the Nano version that I am quite capable of playing this format of poker. Yeah. Yep. But hey, it'll improve. We'll get there. So I'll probably get involved here with Jack Queen, I think. I think that's worth seeing a flop with. We hit top pair, so I think we're check calling at the very least. We might be check raising depending on what sort of action he puts in. But we're definitely not going anywhere. So 2 pairs. One would think if he had heart draws, he's probably betting that when I check there. The fact that he checks behind tells me that he probably doesn't have a heart draw. So I think my 2 pairs is going to be good here. Very large percentage of the time. I think there are very few alternate universes where my 2 pairs aren't good there, but might be a few. Might be the odd one here and there. He can check back. He can check back nut flush draws sometimes. Well, depending on the player, a good player can check back nut flush draws sometimes there. A bad player can check back small flush draws. They're worried that I have a bigger one. So at least that's sort of the way I read it. So I think there are occasionally flush draws that get checked back on that flop. But for the most part, I think if somebody's got 2 hearts there, they're betting their hand. So one of the things I'm going to need to bear in mind is that I'm going to have to pay attention to the table dynamics more in this dark matter. It's I mean, I obviously picked this one because of my performance in the Nano version of this, but I have to remember that this is not the Nano version of dark matter. This is the full version of dark matter, and so I shouldn't assume it's going to be the same dynamic as the dark matter Nano, and I should pay attention to the tables and make sure that I'm fully aware of what the dynamic is. So a pair of 8s, we're definitely getting involved with this. Putting in a raise if it folds to us. There's a raise in front of us. Might be a flat behind in position. And I think it's a 3-bet, actually. I think it's a 3-bet to something like 585. So like 3x, a little bit more than 3x. No, I think that's exactly 3x, isn't it? That's exactly 3x. Yeah, I mean, I think you probably don't want to be playing with much less than. I mean, sort of my base number is I want 30 buy-ins to play with, at least, which is why I'm calling this dark matter super high roller, because I only have 15 buy-ins. Alrighty, so I guess. I mean, this is a pretty chunky raise over top of me. Yeah, okay, she can have it. I don't know. I think if it's ace queen, I'm probably calling off there. Ace king, I think for sure. Maybe if I'm a suited ace jack, I might be more inclined there. Seems like it's a bit wide. I hope it's a good week. I hope we can put some money in. Yeah, put in another raise here with my king queen. I feel like I'm active quite a bit the last few hands here, so I think if we can flop good, I think we can get. So we're not actually going to get to see a cheap flop, and I don't actually think king queen offsuit needs to continue here. I think we can find a better spot later on down the road. I mean, I don't think we would have been terribly thrilled with that flop. I think we would have been getting out of the way of the flop anyways, if we call behind there. Yeah, I think that was probably our best move there is get out of the way. So I would normally think about playing an ace-3 suited, but I'm quite early possession, and I've been like super active, and people are getting frisky with me, so I think I'm just getting out of the way on this one. Yeah, if you guys see anybody you recognize at my tables that you played with at your levels, because like I say, this is sort of my first foray into this level of poker on Unibet. So, and I know that I'm not going to see the same players that I see down at the Nano levels. So I'm sort of like fresh meat wandering into the meadow here, looking around, trying to assess my situation. So, um, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. It's funny. I used to be the sort of person that would look down at a pair in my hand and go, well, geez, if I've got like ace, ace, king, king, I must be ahead, so I should three bet here and try to get as much money in as possible. Whereas I'd look down at something like an 8-8 and I'd go, well, geez, I might be racing here, so maybe I should just call behind and see what happens. I've recently realized that that's actually backwards, and that what I should be doing is looking down at a hand like ace, ace, king, king, and go, holy crap, do I ever have value here? And I can extract like chips out the wazoo down the streets here, because when he hits queen with his ace queen, my kings are going to be crushing him and all that sort of jazz. Whereas when you look down at a pair of eights, you should be going, Jesus, I should really put in the three bet here so I can get this hand over with right now, because I frankly don't want to play this crap post flop, right? So yeah, it's interesting how your perspective on poker changes as you sort of improve, I guess, quote unquote. Because yeah, I used to be the kind of guy that played very much face up, in the sense that if I've got a good hand, I bet it strong, and if I don't have a good hand, I play it speculatively, which, so I think it's one of my evolutions recently is the fact that I'm starting to realize that in many cases or that the weaker hands are actually the ones that you want to be sometimes more aggressive with. You think the king queen should have been a call there? Fold the 8-10. Found a pair of jacks on the Comet table and a raise into me, so we are going to go to more than 3x. We have an overpair to the board, so pretty happy about that, and we got a big stack. Pot betting into us. I don't think he's. I think he's on. I think he's just trying to bully people with his stack. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Binkage! Got a nice little double in the Comet Nano there. Yeah, no, exactly, Addy. I'm not going crazy. I'm not losing my head. It's one of the reasons why I'm folding the hands like the King Queen, the Ace Jack, because I don't really need to get involved. It's a deep tournament. It's not deep like the Comet. So it does. I mean, we already we're already up to 5100. So I mean, it is a little bit faster, so I have to pay attention to that. But it's a pretty deep structure, and I've got lots of time to kick around yet. And I mean, I've still got 60 big blinds at the moment. So. Oh, you're in this. You're in the dark matter as well, Addy. Oh yes, I see you there. Boo! You're on my table. Of course you're in the dark matter. Duh. Addy's up here at my table. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Cleeds. I think I'm actually of the other way around. Ace King's a tricky one too because at the end of the day, it's only just Ace High. And it's actually one where if you think you're playing against under pairs or even other aces, it's actually not a bad hand to call behind with and see if you're in position and see the flop because you could be dominating a lot of the other players a lot of the time. The problem with the small pair is you're right. If you go multi-ways, when you hit, you've got a massive hand and you can take a massive pot when you hit. The problem is you're not going to hit very often, and so frequently with a hand like 8-8, the flop is going to be, 3 Jack King, and you're sitting there with a pair of eights and somebody's betting into you. What are you supposed to? It's a tough hand to play post flop. Whereas hands like big pairs or ace king, ace queen, that sort of thing are reasonably easy to play post flop because you know where you are. It's harder to know where you are, I think, when you're playing a hand like pocket eights. No, what I mean is that so let's say I'm sitting with pocket eights and facing a raise from early position, and I'm in late position, and I'm sitting with pocket eights versus sitting with pocket aces. The pocket aces used to be a hand that I would 3-bet, and the pocket eights used to be a hand that I would call. Now the pocket aces is a hand that I will flat call in position because I think that I'm almost certainly going to be able to extract more value from him post flop. Whereas a hand like pocket eights is a hand that I'm going to 3-bet pre-flop in an effort to try to take the pot down right there because I frankly don't want to play eights post flop as much as I want to play something like aces or kings post flop, if that makes sense. Cool. I'll keep my eyes on him, Addy. Thank you. I shall keep my eyes on him. I have to confess I have not cut any new commercials for you guys, so we're gonna be replaying more. We're gonna be replaying more. Excuse me, toy ads today, I think. At least to start with, and then we'll move on from there. But I'm not sure if this is one we did the other day or not, but I'm gonna cue that one up for us to run when we go on break. Jack 9, I just get out of the way with, I think. Part of the problem, too, is if you're not playing the hands, you don't actually have a chance to hit things. So you do have to play a bit of poker, but, you know. So I think with this one, there's what? So we still got another 47 minutes of late reg. It's actually longer. I wonder if that's longer than the Dark Matter Nano, because it feels like the Dark Matter Nano's closing reg like real quick. This is Nano. No, it ends 20 minutes earlier, so not a huge amount earlier. I guess Unibet liked to see me register in the Dark Matter today. They gave me 20 bonus points for registering. I'm assuming for registering in the Dark Matter because they gave them to me at the moment I registered in the Dark Matter. Well, at the moment the Dark Matter started, that is. Alrighty, the break is beginning, so I'm going to send you off to the commercials, and I'm going to go do some business, and I'll be right back.
Oh, Chatty Cathy, all the tailspin was talking down. We pull the rings, and you say 11 different things. Let's play house. Please change my dress. We can change our dresses now, goodness knows. Now you've got a wardrobe full of pretty clothes. For nursery school, you're crisp and cool. For summer, there's a playtime set. In winter, brr, your collar's fur. In a coat as cute as you can get. I love you. You love your mamas, and they love you sleepy time pajamas.
Just pull the ring. You never know what she'll say next.
Tell me a story. The only story now left to tell is a Chatty Cathy's made by Mattel.
You'll find Chatty Cathy and her costume sets wherever toys are sold.
You can tell it's Mattel, it's swell.
Here come the Gung-Ho Commandos, best equipped boys in the field. All the equipment you need for fun and excitement in the Gung-Ho Commando outfit by Marks. Just look at all the things you get. There's a battle map and direction-finding compass, a cat-shooting automatic with gun belt and holster, a helmet, a canteen, complete mess kit, and poncho. You get a cat-firing Gung-Ho hand grenade. And look here, this flashing battery-powered machine gun with moving ammo belt shoots rapid-fire bullets. There's a real-looking walkie-talkie, too, and a field pack. You get non-com stripes, medals and battle ribbons, even dog tags. It's all for fun and excitement.
Gung-ho!
Get the outfit with all the equipment you need. The Gung-ho Commando outfit.
Gung-ho!
By Martz.
He's here! My mystery date!
Mystery date. Are you ready for your mystery date? Don't be late. It could be great. Open the door for your mystery date.
It's Mystery Date, the thrilling new Milton Bradley game of romance and mystery that's just for you. And you. And you. And you. Mystery Date. Will you be ready for swimming? Or a dance? When you open the door, will your mystery date be a dream? Or a dud? Fun and surprises. That's Mystery Date. Remember, Milton Bradley makes the best games in the world. So, girls,
Open the door for your mystery date.
get Mystery Date.
Thunderstreak, Thunderstreak, Thunderstreak. The new super speed hydrofoil with 5-position hydro fins you set for action. Rev up high-powered prop. Position rudder. Check your course. Thunderstreak speeds across water. For submarine action, it crash dives underwater. Thunderstreak propels itself on maneuvers. You can make it turn, make it roll, or bank. Then, Thunderstreak rises, surfaces, and speeds away. Take Thunderstreak on snow patrol. It even skates over ice. Thunderstreak goes anywhere, so snap on Land Cruiser wheels and race with Thunderstreak on land, on ice, underwater, overwater. Thunderstreak, there's nothing in the world like Thunderstreak, made only by Ideal.
Hey, there's Hasbro. Hasbro makes toys. What's new, Hasbro?
Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head with their own cars and trailers. That's what's new. See, Mr. Potato Head has a car and boat trailer. And there's a car and shopping trailer for his wife, Mrs. Potato Head. It's such fun to do and so easy. Like this. Take any fruit or vegetable. Just stick in eyes, then ears, and then the mouth. You can make the funniest looking people in the whole world. Potato Head people look different every time you make them. Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head with cars and trailers come in $1 and $2 sizes.
What else is new, Hasbro?
A vanity case with toy cosmetics and beautiful accessories and real-looking doctor and nurse kits.
Hasbro makes great toys. It's fun to play with Hasbro.
Alrighty, we're back, and I put in a raise with the ace-king under the gun on the dark matter table. Against the player that Addy has just told me is a very good high-stakes, a very good player. So, but hey, it's life. It's ace-king. What are you going to do? It's the ace and the king. Got to put in a raise with that. Here, I thought he was tanking. He was just timing out because he's probably not back from break yet. So since it's a high stakes kind of day, since we were talking about it earlier, I just fired €5 into the full-size black hole as well. I'm gonna play it like a freeze out, so I'm not gonna fire a second bullet if I bust this. But we'll see what happens. So we're in the black hole as well. We're playing 2 full-size events today. At least 2 full-size events today. 5 black hole. Alrighty, so our bankroll numbers are looking pretty absurd today. I don't think we've had 1665 in buy-ins in ages, if ever, and we've certainly not had an average buy-in of 416 ever before on the stream. So this is it's going to be that way all this week, though, if I'm playing a €10 event all this week. So let me get the black hole sorted out. Give me one moment while I do some admin work behind the scenes. Alrighty, we have the black hole, not the black hole nano, the black hole running as well. So we got 1665 in buy-ins running so far today. We busted the €1 falling star, so we've busted our second lowest buy-in so far today. We're doing pretty well, almost 50% extra in chips in the Comet Nano version. We're not going to fire €50 into the Comet. That's still a bit absurdly out of our bankroll. But we're willing to play the Comet Nano. And we got the dark matter and the black hole running as well. Only going to fire 1 bullet in the black hole. I'm going to treat it like a €5 singularity event. And hopefully we build a stack. Yeah, oh surprise is I'm sure somebody that I recognize as well from some of the €1 and €2 games that I play, I think. Alrighty, so let's have a quick look at our current layout. We got three tables running at the moment. We got the dark matter up in the top left, the black hole up in the top right. You'll notice I did not say nano after either of those two names because they are not nano tournaments. They are the full size, full portion events. And down the bottom left, we got the Comet Nano. So I am still playing some nanos, but I've decided that this week we're gonna fire some bigger bullets. Yeah, you could be right, Cleeds, and again, I could be wrong about that. I think I'm also probably shouldn't be admitting this like live online, but I'm actually not somebody who's always super concerned about maximizing the value that I can get from a particular hand. So here's my theory. Chips that I can put into my stack right now are way more valuable than any number of chips that I might possibly win 1 or 2 or 3 streets from now. Okay? Now, there's no hard and fast rules in poker, so that's never a hard and fast rule. And there are certainly times when I'm going to trap with a big hand and assume that down the road I'm going to be able to extract a bigger value with my hand. But at the end of the day, chips that I can put into my stack behind my cards are the most valuable chips you can get, and they're way more valuable than any theoretical amount of chips that I might get down the road, as far as I'm concerned. So I'm never averse to, especially in a case where I'm not 100% sure where I'm going to be post flop. I'm never averse to using aggression to win the pot right there. Whereas when I'm fairly confident that I'm going to be able to extract value down the streets, I'm happier to let the hand continue. And again, that comes down to my belief that the chips that I can actually put my hands on and stack up into my own little pile of chips are the most valuable chips I can get. Alrighty, so you sort of saw that on the 3-table view, 4-table view, where we just got some chips with Ace King. I'm going to see one more street here. Got backdoor possibilities that could develop. They don't. But I also don't necessarily think he's betting an ace all the time either. And I do have the nut nothing at this point. So I don't think I could necessarily get away here. And I think I actually even want to bet my nut nothing here. Kind of a semi-bluff. I actually think that my nut nothing is good some of the time. I don't actually think I get called by anything worse, though, so that's what makes the bet a bluff. But again, that goes back to my idea that I'd rather take it down there when it looks like he's not thrilled with his holdings versus waiting until I see a river, and who knows what that river could be, and it could be just horrible for me. So I'm quite happy to take it down right there. I was thinking of going and registering in the Blackwell Nano just to add a third tournament to my run here, and I'm like, no. Well, if you're gonna just let's just throw €5 at it. I mean, what the hell? We're dealing with essentially free money anyways at this point. So let's see what happens. Oh, I should make sure that my bankroll reflects. Did I? Oh, I did add that. I did add. So basically, yeah, the idea this week is I'm going to fire some somewhat larger bullets than I've been firing in the past, just see how it goes. If at the end of this week we have a bankroll of like 75 or 80 euros again, I'll probably drop back to the nanos to try to rebuild it again. But if at the end of this week we have a bankroll of 200 or 250 euros or more, we'll keep doing what we're doing. So we'll see how it goes. So we're actually not far off the guarantee now in dark matter. 26 minutes late reg left, and I think we probably need another 25 people to register. 82 total now. 9 euros, so we need 111 people, 112 people to be registered. There's 82 now, so we need another 30 people to register to hit the guarantee. So it won't be a huge overlay in dark matter, but there probably is going to be a small overlay. I don't think we get 30 people in 26 minutes, probably. Maybe we do. I don't know. Seems like not a lot of people are going to late reg for 30 big blinds, and shortly that's going to be like 20 and 15 big blinds. So. Got a hand developing on the black hole that may make or break our day. Got a pair of kings that we just put in a pot-sized 3-bet with over a raise and a limp, or a raise and a call. And we get a nice flop for our hand. I think we're going to make this chunky. I don't mind just taking this down here. I don't need an ace X to come along and spike an ace on the turn of the river. I think we're going to do the same sort of chunky 3/4 pot bet again. And I mean, I guess we just call off here. If he's got a 3, he's got a 3. Do we just call off here? I mean, I suppose ace 3 is one of the hands he might call behind with here. But yeah, I guess we just call off. Bankage! Alrighty, so we got a stack building in the black hole as well. It's going to be weird to get used to saying these names without the nano afterwards. I'm always very careful to put the nano afterwards to make sure that people don't think I'm actually playing the bigger versions, but I am playing the bigger versions today. So I put just 6 of 78. Of course, there's still ages of fucking reg time left in the black hole. It's one of those ones that regs for hours. So still lots of time to go in that one. Let's go back and have another look at that hand in the black hole, because I actually don't think either of us played that hand particularly badly. Let me just find this. Right, there it is. So let's bring this up and run through this one real quick. So I get a pair of kings in the small blind. Never a terrible spot to be in. And we see the raise from Boogie. And the call from Rudy there. And it comes around to me, and I figure I've got to put in a bet. I want to clear some of these people out. I don't want to be like 3-4 ways with kings, particularly. So we put in the 3-bet. I'm also out of possession, so I don't really, I want to have the betting lead if I'm out of possession. With a hand like kings. So Boogie makes the call, flat call behind, which actually has us thinking he's got a reasonably strong hand, ace X, big ace X of some sort. We're possibly smaller pair than us, but he's definitely got something that he's interested in playing. The sort of suited connectors, suited one gappers are also in the range for a call behind to a 3-bet, I think. So again, when we're here, I put in a chunky c-bet, and he makes the call. I think that's probably fairly standard. I think I'm going to c-bet this with a lot of my ace-x hands, and he's gonna, if he folds to me, he's going to be giving up a lot of potential value with a lot of the hands that he has, especially with the hand that he actually flops, because as we see farther down the road, he's actually flopped open-ended here. So when the 3 comes, that's actually not a terrible. See, my thought on this is the 3 is actually a better bluff card for me. 3-betting from the small blind than it would be for the open raiser. I don't think he has a ton of 3s in his range when he might have pocket 3s. I don't think he has a ton of ace 3, some ace 3 suiteds maybe in his range, but frankly, I don't think he has a lot of hands with a 3 in them in his range when he opens for 3x like that. So that, at the end of the day, that was why I made the decision that I did. But we put in another bet because we're pretty sure our hand is still good. And when he puts in the raise here, I mean, I don't think it's a terrible play by him. He's got a very big draw here, and he doesn't necessarily want to. He wants to end the hand here, or he wants to get all the money in when he's got a reasonable draw. I think so. He also thinks that I can put him on something like an ace 3 some of the time, which means that that he's going to have gotten ahead of me with a lot of my hands, or with a lot of the hands I'm on here. So at the end of the day, I decided that he has enough bluffs in his range that I can probably make the call here profitably. Although I also know that he's going to just show up with an ace 3 here fairly often. I think he also shows up with clubs here, and he shows up with hands like 7-9, which is what he ends up showing up with when I finally do make the call. And we managed to hold. we manage to hold, and we take a nice we take a nice pot down. We take a nice pot down there. So so yeah, just thought I'd run through that one again and let you know more of my thinking on it. Oh, Crazy Papa's being Crazy Papa, folks. Crazy Papa's being Crazy Papa again. And I think we just have to think Crazy Papa's being Crazy Papa, and we have to call him off. Yes! Oh. Yes, yes, we got it there on the river. Nice. It was going to be a split pot, and we fucking take it on the river. Sweet. Sweet. Bankage. So we're building a nice stack in the Comet Nano as well. So we don't have Crazy Papa to kick around anymore in the Comet Nano, folks. However, things are starting to get more interesting in the dark matter as we are down to about 25 big blinds now. So we're going to need to do something quick. 8-7 suited is definitely something I could get involved with. It's relatively early position here, and I'm still not 100% comfortable with the table dynamic that we got here. I don't really know what some of these players are doing, and I had a lot of people to act behind me in that hand, so that's why I didn't get involved. I didn't get involved there. In a nano version of this, I might limp that hand early, but I think that's probably an awful play from an objective perspective. May not be an awful play in the nano tournaments, but it's an awful play from an objective perspective. And I think I have to look more objectively at this one, at least for my first time through, just to see how it goes and see. I haven't seen anything. To be honest, I've not seen anything crazy in this tournament yet. You know. I'm actually glad to see Toxic Joe raise there. I didn't really want to have to face the decision as to whether I was going to call behind with my crap hand there just because the pot odds were good for me. Toxic Joe just spikes the 10. Just boom, just like that, spikes the 10. Yeah, I mean, I certainly think the option to fold your ace 10 there or your 7-9 there is definitely an option. I don't hate his option to reshove, turn his draw into a semi bluff there. I don't hate that option. I don't love it either. It's not a hill I'm going to die on for sure, but I don't hate it. Crazy Papa being Crazy Papa, man. What are you going to do? Alrighty, got to put in a raise with this one, and we're probably defending it if there's action back. I probably should have shoved that maybe. See how they respond to the 3x. I still did have a stack that I theoretically can 3x raise out of. credibly. It's a potentially, I mean, the issue is whether you can 3x fold, I think, is whether it's credible or not, and I think I can there. Not that I was planning to that time. I was planning to call off because I think he can probably shove reasonably light against me there. But it's funny. I just had a player come into the black hole in the same table as Boogie, who just gave me a stack with 7-9 of diamonds. And I'm in the big blind, and dude just open shoves 10,000 chips in the big black hole. This is not the black hole nano, folks. This is the €5 black hole. Dude just open shoves. Just open shoves. You know, hey, why not? Why not? Let's just throw 10,000 chips in the middle at 30-60. You think that only happens in the nanos, and then you come to something like this, and yeah, sure, why not? Let's just throw 10,000 chips in the middle with 30-60, shall we? Alrighty, so we've got new player, Partizant, up in the same seat as our former fellow who decided to give us our chips, give us chips with 7-9. And this happens. We're in the big blind at 30-60. We got 8-4, so I mean we're not really getting involved or anything. It's it's nothing like that. He literally has just bought in and sat down, and boom, let's just fucking throw all of our chips in the middle. Just boom, just we're that's like 133 big blinds, folks. And he's just in they go. Like, why not? So of course everybody folds, and gives him a pot of like nothing. You know, extra 125 chips. So good job, dude. Well done, buddy. Happens even in the full size events, apparently, folks. Alrighty, so currently we are playing the dark matter, the black hole, both full-size events, and we got the Comet Nano running on the side as well. I think just for kicks, I might add the dark or the dwarf star nano when it kicks off. I gotta remember when it actually kicks off though now. Is it the one starting right away? Yes, it is the one starting relatively quickly. That's what I thought. Alrighty, so let's register in that. That'll give us 4 tables. That'll fill up our grid. That's all we will register for today. So we're in the dwarf star nano. Nano dwarf. Cool, that one will be starting up shortly. Yeah, I'm not getting great cards in the dark matter myself, actually. And I'm certainly not going to survive till the money if I don't do something at some point. A few times I have gotten cards in the dark matter, it just hasn't I haven't been able to make it pay for me. And it's frustrating when that happens and you're just pulling in small pots. So let's do some housekeeping up front. Alrighty, I guess we're living or dying on this hand. We are definitely living or dying on this hand because we are going to call off Toxic Joe with our jacks. RNGesus in chat, folks. RNGesus. Let's do this. Come on, folks. Jacks, do your job. Ugh. For fuck's sakes. Just a fucking king right there. So the fucking king deuce just gets there. The fucking king deuce just gets there. Alrighty, so we're done in the dark matter. I'm frustrated, obviously, at the way that I went out there because that's just fucking stupid that the king deuce beats my jacks. But he has one overcard, so when he hits his card, he wins, and that's fucking poker. So you got to be able to deal with that. You got to be able to guts to be able to move on and deal with it. So we'll move on to the black hole, and we'll play the black hole. Just checking my phone there. So let's. Ooh, what the hell is the Titan doing there? The hell was the Titan doing there? Yeah, the Titan was wrong. Oh well. That one's going to go there. That one's going to come out because we're not playing it anymore, and we're only going to be playing 3 tournaments again. Although, I mean, we might end up jumping the Titan as well, but we'll see. So that's a big fat goose egg in my first dark matter bullet. I'm not hugely upset with the way that happened, though, because I'm winning that hand 90% of the time, and I'm pretty happy with that state of affairs. He just fucking sucks out for... But I mean, I think I'm calling off there 100% of the time. I don't think I can ever get out of the way. And when the cards get turned over, I mean, it's right. I mean, I think that I shouldn't expect to see King Deuce there very often. But I think more often than not, I'm at worst against hands like Ace King, Ace Queen, and I'm against Ace Jacks and lower fairly frequently, and I'm against underpairs quite a bit. So I mean, I think it's super unlikely that I'm behind when I call there, and once the chips are in, it's pretty unlikely that I lose as well. So shit happens though. This is poker. Put in a raise with my ace jack here. I think I am out of position, so I'd like to get the betting lead if I can. I can credibly c-bet this and be pretty happy with the result. Interesting situation developing here. I'm reshoving my sevens, I think. That might be a overly aggressive play, but I'd like to isolate and take this 1,200 chips. Yes! We are crushing the Comet Nano today, ladies and gentlemen. 31,000 chips. Yeah, thank you, Ben. I mean, what's the guy to do there, right? What's the guy to do? What are you supposed to do there? Yeah, this is another 3-bet hand, I think. And we have the overpair to the board, so I'm pretty happy to keep value c-betting this. Guess we put in another raise with our ace deuce suited. And we flop top pair, so we're getting the hands. We're getting the hands for sure in the Comet. That said, big blind can have an ace here, which doesn't matter nearly as much as it mattered a couple of seconds ago. So we're going to happily just keep betting this. So ace king is one of the combos he can have here, although he's probably 3-betting that pre-flop. I don't think he has hearts very often, so I think we're just going to keep our value. Keep valuing here. Wow, and he just had the hearts. Of course he does. Oh well, that's the way it's going to go. That's the way it goes, I guess. Should have made him call in for his life on the turn, I guess. Alrighty, so we just kicked off the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano. And we've also just put in a 3-bet over a raise from a small blind on the black hole and took it down. We had ace queen of diamonds. Yeah, good game, Addy. Not much you can do there. I mean, and that's one of the problems with the freeze out formats and stuff like the dark matter. If you can't get a good spot relatively early on, it's going to be pretty tough to get into a position where you can really play the game and take extra chips. But I'm happy with the spots I got myself into today, and I didn't feel outclassed really at all in the tournament, so that certainly feels good, and I'm looking forward to take another crack at it tomorrow. So at the moment, we got the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano, the Black Hole, and the Comet Nano still running. We busted out of the full-size dark matter today in a spot where, in theory, we should have doubled up. But that's poker sometimes. Sometimes you're not going to double when you should. And it's interesting, you have to use the word should properly in poker, because should in poker means the odds say that most of the time I'm going to double up in that spot. It is not a moral judgment or a causal judgment saying that is what should happen. It's just with the odds-on favorite of things to happen, and other things will happen from time to time. You just got to be able to deal with that. Sort of like I said in the Dwarf Star that I played, where, I mean, in this case, it was just a poker situation where, I got unlucky. In the Dwarf Star situation, it was a case where I lost my head with top pair and gave my stack away. In both of those cases, I'm much happier to sort of have it end that way than to run kings into aces or something like that, right? That's really kind of gross. Admittedly, the dark matter, you sort of expect that to happen once in a while. It's gross when it happens when it's on the line for your tournament life. And I'm happier with the way I'm yeah, it's just the way poker goes, and you deal with it. Well, never fold your 3-9 offsuit under the gun, I guess is the motto of this hand, folks. Putting in a semi-bluff on the turn here with my ace spade. And I'm going to continue the bluffing. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough, Mr. Sleeman. So I think I'm coming behind with my 5 here. Depending on what Sleeman does. I mean, I may not call shoves or anything, but I don't think I'm going anywhere with my 5. Not particularly thrilled with the ace coming on the turn. We now have 5s full, but we're dead to any 6 or any ace or any other pair. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going anywhere. I say unfortunately because I think we lose this hand fairly frequently when we call, but I also think there's enough bluffs with King X hands here that we probably need to call behind. Should have raised the flop there, I think. I mean, I know it's pretty unlikely that he has a 6. So I'm pretty sure on the flop that my hand is best. It's kind of dumb luck that he hits the ace on the turn, but a quick overview of what we're playing at the moment. The Dwarf Star Bounty Nano, the full-serving black hole, and the Comet Nano. The Comet Nano is actually nearing the end of its registration period, I think. Have a quick look. Yeah, 16 minutes to go for registering in the Comet. The black hole still has an hour and 15 left. So still lots of time to go in that. And Dwarf Star just got underway, so lots of time to go in that. And I just threw a dime at the Titan Nano as well. So we got a break coming up. We'll just finish this hand here. I'm definitely going to see a turn card with my up and down straight draw open-ended here. And I think we're putting a bluff out at this one. Make it look really value-y. So, interesting call. Alrighty, we're going to head off to break. I will see you in a few short minutes.
Your patrol is in position. You're in a tough spot. But you have the amazing new multi-pistol 09 fire grenade that bursts. Aim through telescopic sight. Fire bomb that blasts. And if you're trapped, surprise, out comes your secret derringer. You have done it with multi-pistol 09, the only pistol that gives you all this. Exploding grenade. Cap-loaded bomb. Fires short-range bullets. Fires long-range bullets. Message missile. Anti-armor rocket. And the secret Derringer cap pistol. There's never been anything like it before. For action, excitement, firepower. Get it all in this rugged carrying case. Get multi-pistol 09. Multi-pistol 09. Multi-pistol 09. A crime has been committed. These detectives have been assigned to the case. Their job, round up the suspects. And that's what you try to do when you play Mattel's new lie detector game. The exciting new game of scientific crime detection. It could be any one of 24 suspects. Question each one. Is he telling the truth? The lie detector says no. Now check the racketeer.
Well, I think it was a guy with a big jaw.
Now you have one clue. Next, try the school teacher.
I saw him. I'm sure he had a mustache.
True again. Now you know the criminal had a big jaw and a mustache. By eliminating the other suspects, you're ready to make an arrest. And there he is, the playboy. With skill and the lie detector, you become chief of detectives. Mattel's lie detector game is real fun. Get it wherever toys are sold. Remember, you can tell it's Mattel. It's swell.
Here's the thing.
Hair that grows, hair that goes to here, to there, to anywhere you like. It goes.
Here's new Velvet. Her hair grows, just like her cousin, Beautiful Chrissy. You can make Velvet's hair short, or make it grow.
Hair that grows, hair that goes to here, to there. It grows.
Beautiful Chrissy and new Velvet.
You are witness
is in position. You're in a tough spot, but you have the amazing new...
What are you listening to? This Remco transistor radio I made myself. Want to listen? She's a ball game. It's a real radio and it works great. Could I build one too? Sure. Remco makes it real easy. All you have to do is put together all the parts that come in the Remco kit. The transistor, the tuner, and a separate loudspeaker for broadcasting. Can you do your own broadcasting too? Yeah, sure. I'll do the announcing with this microphone while you work the radio. This is radio station REMCO, Remco, the do-it-yourself radio station. Oh, boy, we're radio engineers.
Fellows, get your Remco radio at your favorite toy store. From $3.95 to $9.95, every boy wants a Remco toy. Meet Major Matt Mason, Mattel's man in space and the bravest astronaut yet. He lives on the moon. We may all be there soon. And he gets around with a jet. Until Sergeant Storm in his red uniform, Major Matt worked all alone. Now, together, they face the dangers of space and seek to learn the unknown. The machines that they drive seem almost alive as they transport the adventurous pair. The new Astrotrack whips through the black, and Firebolt even goes where they meet Captain Laser, his space gear ablaze with energy stored from the stars. He's a giant, it's true, but a friendly one who spent his boyhood on Mars. An exciting place, the world of space, as all the astronauts know. This world is swell. It's made by Mattel. With it, how far can you go?
And we're back. Bit of a technical glitch there on the break while I was trying to set up my tables. I accidentally went live with my regular cut into the commercials. Went back, started a new set, so yeah, it's all a bit of a mess on this break. But so we're up with the Titan Nano as well now, the Comet Nano, the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano, and we're still playing in the 2,000 euro black hole, €5 buy-in as well with a decent chip stack there. So a chance to make some money there. We're not gonna rebuy for a second stack if we bust out of this one, but it doesn't look like we're going to have to. Doesn't look like we're going to have to. So we've also got the Titan Nano down there in the bottom right-hand corner as well as our newest table. Let's head over to our big buy-in tournament that's still running, and we'll focus on that for the most part. Moral of this hand, obviously, is never fold your King 4 suited. Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys have noticed or not, but moving around between my tables is way easier now that I've got, this set up as scenes instead of as sources. So yeah, it's way easier for me. I don't know how it looks on your end. If it's any different or any better or any worse, but it's way easier now for me. An arrays on the Dwarf Star table from middle-ish position. He's 7. About the worst ace you can have, but we do have the nut backdoor hearts. So we're going to keep our c-bet going here. Roughly repping the queen probably, but I'll probably shut down on the river. Sorry, just chatting with my boss here, doing a little bit of work in the background as well. Hello, Piano Cat. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You've probably arrived just in time to be distracted by my Slack noise. As you've mentioned in the past, you tend to be. So we got 17 euros in buy-ins so far today, and damn little to show for it so far. But we do have a stack going in the black hole that might net us some cash, and we've got a stack going in the Comet Nano that might net us some cash as well. So you know, we got chances. We got chances. We can turn this around, make this work. Busted out of the dark matter, full size today. Jacks into King Deuce. Well, I should say King Deuce shoved, and I called off with my jacks, and he hits the king on the flop, of course, so we're done in the dark matter. But that's okay. That's okay. I'm pretty happy that if this week I get into 5 of those spots, 4 of the times I'm going to be taking a lot of money. So what that means is that I've already lost the one time. So every other time we get in that spot, we're going to win this week, right? 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 Always good to have you hanging out here at Piano Cat, as always. Sorry, I was just saying that I wanted to see a river card with that, but Andy's been playing super wide, but when he bets, he's been typically hitting a significant portion of the board with his very wide range, so got to get out of the way there. And yes, I know for a short little few seconds the mic was muted there while I was talking without realizing it, but I don't think it was for very long, because this time I remember the last time I coughed, and it wasn't very long ago, so I don't think I was silent for too long. We'll spend most of our time focusing on the black hole, I think, because that's our big money chance today. Got the Brunson. We got the Doyle hand. It's good enough to win World Series of Poker bracelets. Maybe it's good enough to win us a pot here. It's good enough to win us a pot here, apparently. That pot is only a blinds and antes, but hey, we'll take a walk. We shall take a walk. I'm not above just having the dealer push the chips to me without having to play any poker. In fact, if that was to happen every single time I was in the big blind, I would never complain about it. Even those few times that I might have aces in the big blind, if it was happening to me every single time I was in the big blind, I'd be like, hey, that's cool. You guys just give me your chips when I'm in the big blind. I'm good with that. I'm really good with that. I do, however, want to make sure that my mic was on when I said welcome to Piano Cat coming into the room. I'm pretty sure it was the first time, but just to be 100% certain, welcome, Piano Cat. It's always lovely to have you in our chat. We don't beat many value hands here anymore, but we still beat everybody that checks, so we got good showdown value. I don't know how many times we call bets there with that board run out. If somebody bets into us, because chances of somebody having the ace or the jack when they bet there are pretty good, but yeah, we're putting in the bet here from the button with our suited ace queen. I was thinking to just call him behind and do like a little trappy, but I decided that the trappy was not the best move there, and I should go with the aggro instead of the trappy. C-bet this flop 100% of the time, I think. Continue. And continue again. Might have actually checked on that river and tried to pick off a bluff. but I'm not usually very happy. It's actually a tough call to make there because he can have clubs just randomly some of the time, and so it's kind of a gross spot. I'd rather bet and have him fold than have to call off a shove there or something. Oh, you guys weren't even watching the hand I was talking about, but alrighty. So we're proceeding as normal today. We've muted our microphone. We've spent a few minutes talking about a hand you guys couldn't see. It's all going well. It's all going normally. Life is normal, folks. Night Chopper, good to see you. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome. You've unfortunately missed the big show, the Dark Matter. I busted out of that relatively early on. Called off a shove with jacks. Ended up against King Deuce, but of course, dude spikes his king on the flop, and we are done for the day of the Dark Matter. But gonna fire another tenner at it tomorrow and see what happens. We did just on a whim. I did not plan this today, but on a whim, we decided to fire the big black hole as well. And we've actually built a stack in that. We've got 19,000 chips. It's not a huge stack, but we've actually got something of a stack going here in the black hole, and we might just pull ourselves a caching stack out of this. And salvage the day with our black hole. We've also got a big stack in the Comet Nano. A win in the Comet Nano would not even pay for our buy-ins so far today, given that we spent 15 euros on big buy-in events. But a win in the Comet Nano would, go a long ways to it. It's 13.90 today, so it wouldn't be too far off. We're like 17 euros deep in buy-ins at the moment, I believe. Yeah, 17 euros deep in buy-ins at the moment. So far, we have pulled $0 back out of the winners pools of these tournaments, but we're still playing in most of what we've registered today. Dark Matter's the only thing we busted so far, so still got lots of chances. Still got lots of play time. I'm still pretty happy with my chances for the day. So we have a raise and a 3-bet. I probably got to get out of the way with my sixes there. Huh. Guess I should have been involved with my sixes there. I don't think that's ever a call, though, really, in that spot with a raise and a 3-bet in front of me. I think ace-queen is the bottom of their range at that point, certainly for the 3-better. I guess the 3-better can be a little lighter than that, but I don't know. It just seems like sixes is going to be behind a fair bet in that spot. Really didn't expect to be up against two ace queens, to be honest. So there's an interesting hand developing in the Comet. I checked my top pair second kicker. And we had a bet and a raise, min bet and a min raise. And then I decided to chunk in over top of that with a check raise. Wow. Well, I mean, I don't think I played that badly. I just think I got super unlucky that he has the good one hand that beats me there. Buble Buble is an interesting name. Managed to build a small stack in the Titan Nano as well. We're a couple thousand chips over start stack in that one. Still a long way to go there, though, as well. Hour and a bit left in late registration yet. Evening, Ant-Man? Oh, weird. I don't know. How's everybody else's volume? I have turned the poker down a fair bit, but let me know, everybody else, if the volume is good. I keep meaning to ask as well. Is my voice quality, the sound quality for my voice, like sufficient for the stream? I'm kind of curious because it's a pretty cheap headset microphone that I'm using, so I wouldn't be surprised if when I've listened back to it, it sounds fine to me. So I don't know if I honestly think if I'm going to upgrade anything, I'll probably upgrade my webcam first, just because I know it's a piece of crap. But might also be seeing somewhat of a different view from the stream over the next week or so. I think I have a new room that's just opened up in my office or in my house that used to be occupied by my roommate, and she's moved out now. So I think I'm going to take it back over. It was my office years ago before she moved in, and then I moved out of there to give her the room to stay in. And now that she's gone, I think I might go back and put that as my office again. So be a slightly different, although interestingly, you probably will still see a white wall behind me. So it actually may not be any different for you, frankly. I'll be in an entirely different room in my house, but it may actually look exactly the same from your perspective. We'll have to see how it goes. I imagine I'll be slightly farther away from the wall in this case if I'm there. Yeah. Yeah, basically, Auntie, I decided that my record in the Dark Matter Nano was good enough to justify me firing a few bullets into the full-size Dark Matter version. I understand that the 10 euros is a massive super high roller type buy-in for me, and I understand that if I bust 5 of these this week, I'm going to be down a third of my bankroll. But it's a calculated risk that I'm taking a shot at bigger buy-ins. Specifically in an event that I have a good track record in the Nano version of. So that's where I am. The Black Hole was slightly a whim today. I was not planning to play the Black Hole as well as the Dark Matter. But by the same logic, I have a pretty good record in the Black Hole Nano as well. Most of the time when I do well in the Black Hole Nano, I do so on one bullet. So I decided to try the Black Hole and treat it as a freeze-out type tournament. So that's where we are today. And I probably won't play Black Holes all week. as well as the dark matter, because that would make it just a little bit chunky for my week. But if we bank a tournament here early in, I might just start playing the bigger ones, because at a certain point I decided that I need to start taking bigger chances again and taking bigger shots. And I wanted to start taking a shot at a named tournament, and I figured that the dark matter, even though it's a higher buy-in, things like the dark matter and or maybe the black hole as a singularity event are the ones I should take shots at. Yeah, I wonder who Buble Buble is as well. I kind of thought that was an in joke that we all had, but maybe it's more more well known than I realized. We'll go back and focus on the black hole, which is where our major money is at the moment. I mean, funny, at the moment, a min cash in the black hole would actually be to pay for a whole day at the moment. You guys are thinking with the same brain. Just folded 6-3 in the dwarf star. Flop came with a 6 and a 3, and the turn was a 6. So pretty unhappy about that situation, because that would have been like a nice bounty. Nice hand to pick up some bounties on. Not that there's anyone on the table I can actually take bounty from, so it wasn't that big of a deal, but it still would have been nice to potentially get some chips out of. Let's put in the raise with my ace-8 on the Comet Nano table. We got shoved on by Buble Buble, and I think we're putting Buble Buble all in. Nice. Binkage! Black Hole's not an add-on tournament, is it? The Black Hole is just rebuys. It's the Abyss and Odyssey that's the add-on, I think. If it is an add-on, then you are correct, and I should not have registered in this one. Oh shit, you're right. There is an add-on. Okay, yeah, no, you're right. I'll have to rethink that this one. I forgot this one had an add-on as well. Oh well, I guess we're firing at least 2 bullets into the Black Hole then. I am definitely gonna fire the add-on now that I'm here, if we get that far. I won't rebuy for a second bullet, but I will fire the second bullet as the add-on for sure, 100%. However, thank you for pointing that out to me, although I would have realized, well, if I didn't make the add-on, I wouldn't have realized necessarily, and I might have fired again later in the week. So, oh yeah, no, it is no add-on. I must have been looking at I was looking at the Titan, I think. According to the lobby, this is a 6-seat deep stack tournament. Re-entry are available for the first 16 levels, and late registration is open for 15 levels. Players can re-enter a maximum of 5 times. Nothing about an add-on for the Black Hole. So I think this one is okay. I think it's just an add-on. Ready to do that. Just put in a raise with ace queen, or I think we're taking in some chips here, because I'm going to shove now when it gets to me. We also did an ace queen hand on the, well, that's a shove. I check back. I'm going to do a c-bet on the turn when we get to. Oh wow. And we're just fucking done in the Dwarf Star Bounty. Jesus, that was a gross run. Alrighty, so we're done there. That's life. You win some, you lose some. We did win the ace-queen hand on the Black Hole table, though, so life isn't too terrible. I'm still not fully sure what all the different intricacies between reentry and rebuy are, frankly. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, sorry, I'm just I'm talking to my Slack message from my boss here rather than that. Okay, that actually makes some sense then. I understand some of the differences there. Either way, the Black Hole is not an add-on tournament, at least not according to the lobby, and I don't remember the Black Hole Nano ever having an add-on, so I'm pretty sure that the Black Hole is just a straight no add-on event. That's why I chose to play it. If it does have an add-on, then you're right. I shouldn't be playing it with an add-on. That makes it a 10 euro event. Although the same logic that I used to get to my decision in the dark matter is it holds with Black Hole, even if I called it a one buy-in, one add-on event, because it's still 10 euros, 10 euros for the dark matter, and I still have a pretty good record in the nano version of it. So I think that the logic still kind of holds, but yeah, it's definitely different. Sorry, I'm just doing some work at the same time as well. We're some stuff going on behind the scenes with us, so just helping deal with that. I'm not going to give you guys any details on what's going on at the moment, but there might be some changes in my work situation over the next little while as far as Poker News Canada is concerned. Good changes, not bad ones, but good ones. Yeah, and I do like the black hole. I mean, it's frustrating because it's one of those ones that people just seem to fire randomly at in the nano version sometimes. And I've seen similar behavior in the full version so far as well. But it's yeah, but it's a nice structure. It's deep structure like I like, and it's you got enough chips to start with that you can treat it like a freeze out as well. Yeah, that's yeah. The Gorski's one I've looked at actually as well. So we're 7 away from the money in the Comet Nano. I'm slightly out of cashing position, but I've got a decent stack, so we can definitely get there. And hello, by the way, Pinky. I just noticed you in my chat. I'm sorry I didn't say hello earlier, but hello and welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you. We are firing some bigger guns today. Yeah, I don't really play much cash cleats at all. I don't. Just not really a cash game player. I think it's probably psychological to a certain degree, but it just feels like every time I sit down at a cash game table, I get my ass handed to me. Not every time, obviously, but it just feels like it happens way more frequently than it should. So I tend not to do it. But I know it's probably psychological as well. So, but I think part of it is I don't really understand the dynamics of the cash game as well as understand the dynamics of the tournament game. So that puts me at a disadvantage. I'm going to keep basically Night Shopper. I am playing at least five. I'm firing at least 5 bullets at the Dark Matter this week. The logic. I'm not sure if you were here for me explaining it, but the logic is that I have a really good record in the Nano version of the Dark Matter. I want to start firing at bigger versions of the named tournaments. And it strikes me that the Dark Matter and the Black Hole are the two named tournaments that are closest to within my bankroll, and that I have a solid record in the Nano versions of. So that's why I'm firing at these. I do plan to fire a significant chunk of my bankroll this week, like up to a third of my bankroll I plan to fire this week to see what happens. And yeah, we're just trying to basically roll a bit bigger to win a bit bigger. If it doesn't work out for us at the end of this week, we'll probably drop back down to the nanos and try to rebuild our stack again. But even if we fire 5 into the Dark Matter and a couple of times into the Black Hole this week, we're still going to have 75 euros. Even if we bust all those, we're still going to have 75 euros next week, and we can drop back to nano levels and rebuild that again. So I'm fairly confident either way. I don't think King 8 is a call spot there. But yeah, basically I realized I won the. Here's the thing: I won the Dark Matter Nano on Saturday, and I was all. I'm always happy when I win a tournament. It always makes me smile. It's always a good time when I win a tournament. Don't get me wrong. But then I looked down at the 308 winning and added that to my bankroll, and I'm like, it really doesn't make an impact anymore when I win these tournaments. Even when I win these tournaments, it doesn't make an impact to my bankroll anymore. Yeah, if I win the Black Hole, it's going to make an impact. Black Hole Nano, it makes an impact to my, and the Comet usually makes somewhat of an impact, but it's still not. It's not the huge spikes that I was seeing before. And I realized that I've moved out of the nano events. There isn't a whole lot in the sort of mid-range 1 to 5 euro range. So I pretty much have to jump up to a bit more of a high roller type scenario if I want to play bigger events. And the hope is that I'll bank one of these this week and get a nice addition to the bankroll. And if we don't, then we just drop back a bit, and we're playing nanos where the wins are at least more significant for us again. Yeah, that's a good board for your hand, Ant-Man, I have to say. Got a hand developing here in the Titan Nano. And we got queens now. I have a feeling the small blind is going to be a little... Yeah, they probably are going to be good work changes, I think. I'm going to be one of those guys today. It's funny, I'm being super cautious in the black hole because I know I don't want to rebuy, and I was thinking the same thing here in the Titan. I'm like, wait a second, the Titan's a 10 cent. I don't care if I fire like 6 bullets into that. I mean, obviously, I don't want to fire 6 bullets into it, but you know what I mean. Which I think you can only fire 5 into the Titan, I think, but. I think I probably shove this if it folds around to me. Now that it's raised, oh, we're not even looking at that hand. This is that's the table I was talking about. Now that's been raised by Arctica, do I still want to reshove this? No, I think I want to get out of the way. Yeah, I mean, the nanos are still fun. I'm just starting to realize that they're not affecting my bankroll in a significant way anymore. So if I want to be building my bankroll, then one of the things I have to do is start moving up out of the nano versions of these events and into the real versions of these events. And I think picking ones that I can afford to get into and that I have a good record in the nano versions of is a good idea. I'll be pretty disappointed if I don't cash at least once in the dark matter full size this week. I have a 24% ITM rate in the nano version. So in theory, in 5 events, I should cash at least once. But, you know, that's obviously not a hard and fast rule. That is just statistics. But statistically speaking, I should cash in at least one of these 5 tournaments this week. Should actually run a few other numbers and calculations, find out what my average cash is from those tournaments as well. I don't know if I'm usually min cashing those, or if I'm usually going a little bit more than min cash on those. It'd be interesting to see that. I know I've had 2 wins. I'm sure I've had a bunch of final tables in that one as well, though. And I've certainly had deep runs. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see what my average cash there is. I think back in the early days, it was one of those ones that I used to back into the money in quite a bit. But I think also since my playstyle changed, I started to go quite a bit more. We had a break sneak up on us here without me realizing, so let's go and get you some new ads queued up. And we'll see you in a few minutes.
It's the exciting new Daredevil Trick Track with the incredible Dolphin Racer, gear-driven for longer battery life. Daredevil Trick Track, full of fantastic tricks. A sensational new steering track. A wall of logs. A teeter-totter. And it's up, 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 and over we go. A somersault flip. And now, straight through a fly-apart house. Get Daredevil Trick Track, action-packed with tricks and tracks. It's thrilling, spilling, crashing, smashing. Daredevil Trick Track from Transogram, where the fun comes from.
That's how the Navy hunts subs. And that's what you do in Mattel's new Sonar Sub Hunt game. It's the exciting naval battle game where you use the sonar scope to sink your opponent's submarines. You scan the field with the sonar scope, get ready, and push the firing button. Here's what happens when you score a hit. That's one sub gone. Whether you score a hit or a miss, keep hunting the subs, but watch out for mines. They can cost you a turn. Here's how you place your subs and mines. Then you watch through your periscope while your opponent tries to find them with the sonar. The first one to sink 7 subs wins the game. See if you can sink the subs in Mattel's Sonar Sub Hunt game. See it wherever toys are sold. And remember, you can tell it's Mattel. It's swell.
Mix and match, it's fun to do. What Barbie wears is up to you. There are sweaters and skirts and slacks and shoes. There are lots of styles from which to choose. Like a little pink suit and a white wool sweater and a pair of shoes. What could be better?
Mix and match, it's fun to do. What Ken will wear is up to you. There are sweaters and slacks and socks and shoes.
There are lots of styles from which to choose.
Buy a shirt and slacks for games and sports.
Or a bright red vest to make him look his best.
Mix and match, it's fun to do. What Ken and Barbie wear is up to you. There are blouses and bags and
glasses and shoes. There are lots of colors from which to choose.
And you'll find all styles of mix and match clothes for Ken and Barbie on this fashion bar. Costumes are available from 80 cents to $1.40 wherever toys are sold.
You can tell it's Mattel. It's swell.
The Navy Frogmen go into action. Beneath enemy ships, Navy Frogmen work swiftly and secretly until... Look how real these miniature Navy Frogmen are. The Torchman, the deadly demolitions expert, and the daring obstacle scout. These miniature Navy Frogmen swim, dive, and surface by themselves. And they can be yours now. Look, here's where your free supply of high-pressure propellant goes. Ordinary baking powder will work, too. Now, here's how to get your set of 3 plastic Navy Frogmen. For each set of 3, send 1 box top from Kellogg's Sugar Frosted Flakes and only 25 cents, or send 1 box top from Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops and 25 cents. Use the handy order blank on the packages of Kellogg's Sugar Frosted Flakes or Sugar Corn Pops, or mail direct to Navy Frogmen, Box 350, Battle Creek, Michigan. Hurry!
This is a tense moment at the launching base as the huge Atlas missile with the man-carrying Mercury capsule is prepared for the shot. Now, for the first time, this most powerful rocket is to be launched from a railroad car. The new Lionel Mercury capsule launching car. The astronaut is moved to the capsule hatch by the new Lionel cherry picker car. It moves off. The countdown begins. Nearby at the new Lionel heliport, a Navy copter takes off to make the recovery. The countdown proceeds. 4, 3, 2, 1. And the liftoff. The capsule separates and settles gently to Earth by parachute. And you control the action. Remember, boy, you're the boss on land, in the air, and under the sea when you own Lionel trains.
Remember, boy, you're the boss. Such wonderfully gendered commercials they had back then, eh? Alrighty, we are back in action. We have got 3 tables running at the moment. We've got the Black Hole, I was about to say Black Hole Nano, but it is not the Nano. It's the full size, full serving, fully nutritious Black Hole. We also have the Comet Nano and the Titan Nano running alongside our big buy-in event. Busted the dark matter earlier today, but we're going to keep firing at that this week. Plan to fire 50 euros worth of value into that tournament. So hey, if you guys are looking for fun, come join me in the dark matter this week. Friday, I may not be playing it, but I should be playing it every other day this week, I think. And yeah, I like the idea of firing 5 by 10 euro bullets instead of 1 by 50 euro bullet. I agree that when you bank the 50 euro bullet, it's going to be a much bigger bank. But I'm far more likely to bank with 5 chances than I am with a single chance. Poker's a high variance game when you only have a sample size of 1. It's still a high variance game when you have a sample size of 5, but it's a less high variance game with a sample size of 5. The bigger your sample size, the lower the variance becomes. So I'd always rather spend. I'd always rather have 10 by 1 buy-ins than 1 by 10 buy-ins. 1 by 10 is a good recipe for going broke. 10 by 1 is a reasonable recipe for getting a stack going, I think. Well, I missed an interesting question period in our parliament today, I'm sure. I won't go into details about it, but there's all sorts of political shit going on in Canada. Of course, you guys in the UK dealing with Brexit. I got nothing on you, so I'm not even gonna talk about quote unquote political shit to you guys. I heard a great quote the other day that I don't want to get into politics or anything early on this stream, but I heard a great quote the other day that Theresa May is the only known leader who's attempted several times to fall on her own sword and keeps missing. I don't know. It seems like a pretty absurd situation over there. But then again, the whole world seems pretty fucking absurd these days. guys have heard me mention that I was a stand-up comedian for ages for a while and did a lot of sort of low-level amateur opening sets and that sort of thing, emceeing a little bit, that sort of thing. Never really a big name at it, never really, super, but it was a lot of fun while I did it. And I stopped doing it around 2012, 2013. And one of the reasons I stopped is because I just started seeing the world was just too absurd to make fun of anymore. And it's just gotten worse since then. And I mean, I think back now, and I think back, in like 2010 when I was doing my stage act, if I had come up with some sort of a satirical bit about how Donald Trump gets elected president of the United States, people would have thought it was just too fucking absurd for words. They're like, come on, you got to have some realism in your comedy here, buddy. You're just fucking out there throwing shit to the wind. Here we are in 2019, and President Trump is 3 years into his first term, and frankly, looking like he's probably going to get a second term. So, what the hell are you going to do? And frankly, it's I have a ton of respect for the people that are out there doing comedy, especially political comedy right now, because frankly, the fucking real world is writing way better satire than any human is capable of coming up with lately. The universe is trolling the comedy world in a huge way in the last few years, and it's just set to continue because, for a long time the political satirists like George Carlin and people like that were able to get a leg up on everything, and they were the ones. Fucking world is just throwing it out there, standing up, going, hey, no. You want to see absurd shit? I can throw you absurd shit. And here we are, 2019. We got Brexit, we got Trump, we got this will be totally meaningless to you, but we got Jason Kenney about to become leader of my province here in Alberta. I mean, it's just it is a bizarre state of affairs. That's enough politics for today. Let's get back to the poker. I'm gonna see what we get with our ace 10 here. I could have put in a raise there. We're coming up on the end of our late registration period. I just shoved there and got it through, but so we got backdoor clubs. Now we got second pair and backdoor clubs, so I think we're going to bet if this checks to us. You would think somebody with a king would have already put money into this pot. Somebody with clubs would have already put money into this pot. So I think there's a good chance our ace 10 is ahead. There are a couple of two-pair hands out there, like 10-9 and so on. But I actually don't think we can really value bet. I mean, well, I don't know. We might get a 6 or a 9 to call here if we value bet. But I think just checking back is the way to go. Alrighty, we are. I was about to say we're all in the tight nano, but that's a bit extreme, so we're 4-betting, or we're 3-betting 4x. Sorry, we're raising 4x after a limp. God damn it, Lyle. Jesus. Get your terminology right, dude. I am putting in a 21 big blind open shove on the black hole table with ace king, however, as you can see. This is on the Titan table. Our shove got through on the Race Yucks. Hello, good to see you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. My shove got through on the black hole table. For the record, we took down the blinds and antes with that one. Good to see you, Rice Yucks. We are playing 3 tournaments at the moment. We got the Black Hole, €2,000 guarantee, €5 buy-in. We've also got the Comet Nano and the Titan Nano running as well. So in a limped pot, I'm definitely putting in a bet with this here, second pair, and the straight draws. I'm pretty happy with. The ace isn't the greatest card in the world for me, but I think I still have to bet it. And I think I have to keep betting at this point. Because he has too many draws at that point to let him try to bluff me off the pot there. I just shoved a pair of deuces from the cutoff in the black hole, got called by ace-7, and we are out as 2 sevens come in. So we're done in the black hole. Oh no, we're not done. We doubled somebody up. We still got 12,000 chips. Never mind. We got called by a small stack. We've also got interesting things happening in the Comet Nano. Four away from the money. We were outside of the money, but I think that pot should put us right on the money bubble now. Things are not going so great for us in the black hole, but we're still alive, and we've still got 15 big blinds, which means we've still got a stack we can play. We just lost one more player out of the Comet Nano, so we're down to 14, 3 to go to the money there. I'm still sitting in 11th position, so I'm still in a cashing spot there, just barely. 121 is the min cash for that one. Putting in a raise with a pair of 8s on the Titan Nano table. think he has a king or a jack here about 1,000% of the time when he donk bets out to me there. It is sometimes just the big stack trying to assert dominance, but he's got drawing hands usually when that happens that are better than me as well. So, I mean, I just think it's good to get out of the way there. Oh, I don't think you guys were watching that table that I was describing again. We're flying this mothership blind like we normally do, and you know we're just in normal flight operations mode now, folks. Yeah, no, that's true. Letting him try to bluff me off the pot is okay as long as I call. The problem is that it's can be kind of hard to call sometimes if you're not super confident in your strength. I'm shoving 9-7 on from the button. Come on, jeez, come on. We can't even just bank one here. We can't even just bank one here. We can't even just bank one here. Oh, who's calling me? Yeah, you can go to voicemail. You can go to voicemail. Got a nice hand developing on the... I checked the turn, hoping somebody would bet into me. They didn't, so we're just going to fire. We're just going to fire here. We're going to get paid off by aces a lot. We're going to get paid off by a bear king sometimes. We're going to get paired off by... Wouldn't have expected to get paid off by a pair of sevens very often. We are all in for our tournament life in the black hole with a pair of sevens under the gun. We get it through. For the record, the phone call I just ignored was almost certainly election campaigning, I'm going to guess, or some other form of less relevant spam. We have a provincial election going on in Alberta right now, so I'm fully expecting to get hit up by politicians trying to look for my vote. Oh, let's have a look at the number. Let's have a look at the number. Almost reshoved that. Ace 8 is just the worst ace, though, so... got a hand going in the, and we get there, pull in some chips in the Titan Nano as we're approaching the add-on period. I wish something like that would happen in the black hole so we could double our stack up or triple our stack up, but so far it's been pretty tough going over there. Let's do a search on this number. Let's see what comes up. I'll bet you it's a political thing, though. Yeah, it doesn't actually have details, and they didn't leave a message, but yeah. If you're not going to leave a message, then you probably call wasn't probably that important. So it's 12 of 13 now in the Comet Nano, 11 getting paid, so we're on the bubble verge at the moment. We are currently a bubble stack. And we have an interesting hand developing there as well. Not thrilled with just calling behind here. I don't really want to put my stack at risk, though. I think the diamond isn't a terrible card for me. But unfortunately, there's nothing I can do here. I probably wanted to shove that flop, and he probably gets out of the way, but I am currently in last place in the black hole. I need to find some chips. I've only got like 3.8 big blinds now. I need to find a hand at this orbit. Was already an open in front of me when it got around to me with Jack 6, or I probably would have shoved that from the button, but although I'm not even sure if I would, because unfortunately I don't have any fold equity, so I'm I just ended up getting card dead at the wrong time. I'm not last place anymore. There's somebody with 365 chips. Oh God, 7-6 is actually not a terrible hand. But there's a better spot sometime in the next 3 hands. Yuck. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Just not getting the hands. Just not getting anything I can work with. That 7-6 might have been a missed opportunity. The problem is you're pretty sure you're never ahead with the 7-6. You've gotta spike something on the river to make that work. Or spike something on the board to make that work. So it's tricky. Alrighty, so we are on the money bubble of the Comet, hard bubble now. I'm 11 of 12 with 11 getting paid. Yeah, I think I'm just going to call off with my suited 4-5 here. I can't really hope to get better. And I mean, I couldn't have asked for a better flop when it comes. We're done, but you know, wasn't terrible. So not my best showing today in the big tournaments. We busted 2 of them. But hey, I'm not so unhappy. Kind of let myself die down. Kind of let myself die down there at the end, but I didn't really have any hands I could play. I think I sort of let the big buy-in get me a little bit, where I didn't want to bust, so I might have folded hands that I maybe should have played instead. So I'll have to think on that, but I'm not terribly unhappy with the way I played in either of the events. Alrighty, so last 2 games in play are the Comet Nano, where we are 12 of 12 with 11 getting paid, and the Titan Nano, where we're coming up on the add-on period here relatively quickly, and we've got a Midland stack. Thank you for that, Ant-Man. I think you're probably right there. It's the sort of hand I don't mind calling off with when I've got a big stack, because it's a speculative hand, and you know I'm trying to bust a guy, and it's the kind of hand that you can crack aces and things with. But when I'm calling for my life and I know I'm always behind there, or I'm usually behind by the raw cards at that point, it's a tough call to make, and I think I probably need to get out of the way there. I think that 4-5's probably also a call at the end when I'm in the big blind. I don't think I should have really gotten involved before that with anything, and I think once it gets there in that spot, I don't really think I have a choice except to try to play it. A raise under the gun with ace 10 in the Titan Nano. Looks like we might be 11th of 12 again in the Comet. However, we're putting all of our money in the middle with an ace queen. Gonna fold that out. Let's go over and look at the. We're gonna put all of our money in the middle with the ace queen. That definitely does a bit to secure our scoring position. What's funny is if I win the Titan Nano and the Comet Nano with the way the payouts are now, it will just barely cover. I'll make about $1 profit on the day. Thank you, Piano Cat. I don't feel so terrible about it. It worked well. I think I have to adjust my play a little bit for those events. I'll have to think a little bit more about it. Might go back through some of the tape tonight and have a look. I think there's spots I probably missed that I needed to get involved in. So hands developing here on the Titan. We're going to keep betting this. We got 6s and 5s now. And if he's calling on ace high, then wow, he's just got a 5. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess pocket 6 has beat him, so that's weird. I don't know how he doesn't reshove there against me, frankly. On that board, I don't know how he just calls behind. That's weird. So granted, it's not the nuts, but it's the virtual nuts at that point. I guess I could have 2 4s or 2 6s, but those are pretty unlikely hands for me to have. So the way I usually play the Titan Nano when we get to the add-on period is if I have less than a starting stack, I will rebuy and then add on. If I have more than a starting stack, I'll of course just add on because the option to rebuy isn't there. But I will rebuy if we get to that stage before, and I don't have, and I am, as I currently am, down below 10,000 chips. However, I think I might also play aggressively. Nice one, Piano Cat. Nice for the quads. So I just put in my rebuy. And I think I'm getting out of the way here because I don't think my ace 10 of hearts is any good. So this will be 3 bullets in the Titan. So the black hole we busted and the dwarf star bounty nano we busted. Still playing the Comet and the Titan nanos though. Cool. Alrighty, 38,000 chips in a dream. That's what we got. Not very much. We need 26th place, and we're currently at 28 of 55, but that might change after the after all the add-ons are taken into account, although they might already be in there. It's hard to say. Hello, Mavrosa. Good to see you. Good to see you. You just missed me playing some higher buy-in events, Mavrosa. I busted out of them to today, but we're going to be playing a 10 euro event all week this week. The 10 euro buy-in Dark Matter on Unibet. It's a tournament that I've done well in the Nano version of. So we are about to put our chips in the middle in the Comet Nano on the bubble. Jack. Over an open from Giraffe Habib, who is a very active player and is limping into pretty much every pot. We get the call from Nono. Nice, we spike the set. Nice double up. That's gonna almost guarantee us a cash in the Almost going to guarantee us a cash in the Comet. I'm going to play this as a set mine opportunity. Basically stack preservation otherwise. So with 2 overcards, the queen being one of the likely ones to actually hit somebody, we're probably just going to see if we can steal it here, actually. I was going to just shut down, but I think we're going to see if we can steal it here. I mean, we might well be betting with the best hand here. There's a good chance of that, given that it checks around to us. But so currently the 2 tables in play are the Comet Nano here, where we're on the money bubble at the moment. I'm 7 of 12, with 11 getting paid. And Titan Nano, where we've just passed the add-on period. 26 people getting paid here, but we still got a ways to go until it really matters. Ace Queen in the Titan Nano on the big blind, so pretty sure we'll be seeing some cards with this. Yeah, not doing too bad. Not doing too bad, man. It's been a while since we've seen you around here. Always good to have you back. Gonna try to fire some bigger bullets this week. Yeah, we might be done here in the Titan. And I guess we're just done in the Titan already. Alrighty. Ace Queen v Ace King, and boom, you're done. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? So we're down to just the 1 table left now. Just the Comet Nano. But we have a good chance of pulling some cash out of this one. Even a win won't salvage a profit for our day, given that we spent 15 euros in buy-ins that we busted out of big buy-in events. But that's okay. So we're in the money now. Cool. In the moolah. So our bankroll graph's going to look pretty gross at the end of today, I think. But that's okay. It'll look pretty gross at the end of the week if we don't dink one of these, but we knew that was a possibility, and we can deal with it. We're guaranteed 121 in the Comet anyways, Comet Nano, and we'll see how things go from there. Overcards and the backdoor hearts. I don't think we're going anywhere. We're on the bubble for the final table now. Thank you, Piano Cat. Thank you. I mean, that's just one of those poker spots, right? Ace Queen against Ace King. I don't think I can ever put him on Ace King necessarily there, not in enough certainty to get off my hand anyways. I'm ahead of a lot of the other aces that he has, so I think I just have to keep betting that. Pair of nines we'll be getting involved with. That gives us kings full. So 10th position gets 121. We then ladder up to 131 for 9th. And then it goes up from there, 159, 208, 273, 364. That's where we're sitting right now in 5th position, 364, 519, 727, 987, and 1390 up top for first. We are now at the final table, guaranteed 131 now. Put in a raise for my king 10 here. Happy to take down the blinds and antes with that. Pretty happy we'll put into a raise into Giraffe's big blind with ace queen. That said, we know he's almost always going to be sticky, and we know he's almost always going to be playing cagely after the flop. So wow. Wow. Did not expect him to fold to a raise. Did not expect him to fold to a raise. Be nice to pick up my second win in the Comet today. That'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool. It's not impossible. Certainly got the chances. We're at the final table. Anything can happen now. Anything can happen now. You know, 6-3 is probably not a hand I'll get involved with. Actually, I'm going to bring something up here in a second. I might have come up with my first emoticon, or emoji, or whatever the heck they're called. Give me a couple of seconds. Put in the raise with our fours here. Pretty happy with that flop for our hand. See what the flop brings. So that's that's what I'm thinking of for our first emoji here on the channel. Binkage! What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I guess we get out of the way with our 5s. Wow. Wow, the other dude had 5s too. Crazy. Alrighty, we're going to go off to break. Going to leave this up. You guys can look at it when we come back as well. And let me know what you think of the binkage as our first emoji here on the Mothership. We'll be back.
Look what's coming down the track. It's the exciting new American Flyer with the incredible Dolphin Racer. Something driven for longer. Something new. The tracks are all mounted and wired. The scenery's sensational new steering just so. Now put on the frame and away you go. To make a change, just shift them around. A somersault flip. Snap them together, and in no time flat, you've got a brand new railroad.
Just like that.
American Flyer all aboard. All wired and mounted. The scenery's complete. Put the train on the track. It's really neat. The American Flyer all aboard. It's thrilling. Complete with electric train, rewired tracks, transformers, all landscape, all ready to go. Years of fun for everyone with the American Flyer all aboard. By Here comes the Whirlybird, the biggest, most spectacular helicopters ever made. Think you bet. Remco's giant Whirlybird is over 2 feet long. Motorized to taxi anywhere. Fly them from battlefield to battlefield. Those new sonar-driven Whirlybird engines have blades over a foot and a half in diameter.
Use the sonar scope to sink your opponent's submarines. You scan the field with the sonar scope. Get ready.
Giant Remco Whirlybird has a cargo hold and comes complete with an army of 25 troops, cannon, truck, jeep, and even a tank. Stage spectacular battles, make daring rescues. Want to be the biggest hero in your neighborhood? Be the first to get the new Remco Giant Whirlybird, only $9.98. Remember, every boy wants a Remco toy, and so do girls.
Now, for every kid who has ever seen a science fiction movie, thrilled to the amazing strength of an out-of-this-world movie monster, comes Great Garloo by Marx. Garloo the Mighty. Garloo the Untamed. Garloo the Terrible. Who can stop him? Who can control this monstrous creature? You can, kids, because Great Garloo by Marx is yours to command. With these battery-operated controls, you can make Garloo go, stop, bend, pick up, turn. Yes, Great Garloo, almost 2 feet tall, will be your faithful servant. You name it, you're the boss. Bring out-of-this-world excitement into your house, kids. Own the most fantastic toy of all. Great Garloo by Marx.
M-A-R-X spells Marx, world's largest toy maker.
This is the Mattel Shoot & Shell Winchester, the only toy rifle that looks real enough to carry that famous Western name. It fires greenie stickum caps and safe shooting shells, and ejects them. Fires greenie perforated roll caps, too. And with this secret trigger, it fires fast as you can handle it. This is Mattel's Durahide holster and Fanner 50. It fires roll caps, too. Holster, Fanner 50, and rifle come in Mattel's Frontier set. $5.50 wherever toys are sold. You can tell it's Mattel. It's swell.
We are back. So got some good comments on the binkage. Yeah, the scaling might be an issue. I'd have to have a look at. I haven't actually had a look at it in the small form. I might have to expand the size of the lettering, but I can do that actually, and it would still look good. My sort of idea is to, or the idea behind it is, it's kind of like a from the Batman TV show back in the '60s, the sort of Pow Biff, that sort of comic style thing. So I actually think I could expand the words over the so that they're larger than the actual star, and that should actually work well for us. But yeah, scaling could definitely be an issue with that. Alrighty, well, I'll stop blocking my face. Although maybe you guys prefer when my face is blocked. I don't know. It's funny, I tried when I first did my Anything But Hold'em stream back in the day, I initially tried streaming without having a webcam on, because I thought, I'm just playing poker. All people want to see is the poker and listen to me talk about it. What the hell do they need to actually see my face for? Turns out for some reason that I still can't really fathom, people like to see the face of the player who's playing the games. And so I put my webcam on. Although I must admit, I tried a few innovative solutions before that that were almost a webcam and not quite a webcam. I play a game called Second Life, where I have an avatar that, well, most people play Second Life to do things that they couldn't possibly do in the real world. For some bizarre reason, I specifically have always made a point of making my Second Life avatar look as much like me in the real world as possible. So for a while, I was actually piping in my Second Life avatars. I set up like a little webcam spot in my Second Life world, and had the avatar picture coming through as my webcam here, and it was tied up so that the mouth of the avatar would move while I talked as well. So it was kind of tied in with the words, and it worked okay, and people thought it was kind of a neat joke. But at the end of the day, I had to go with the webcam. So it turns out for some reason people want to see your face when you're playing these games. I don't quite know why, but. I agree. Nothing wrong with a bit of ambiguity. Ambiguity is the spice of life, folks. I really hate breaking into that commercial, because that's a cool commercial, but yeah, you sort of you can see the technical issues there, Piano Cat. I'm just back here behind the clicking buttons here, and not doing it very well, frankly. I don't know why suddenly today I am sort of completely inept at my running my OBS in the background. I don't know why that's suddenly the case, but apparently that's suddenly the case. I am completely inept at running my OBS suddenly. Well, I was thinking just the bank, yeah. And I might do that because it might actually be better scaling if I do that. It's going to make the letters much bigger, and I think they're going to fill the. I think they're going to fill the the star a bit more. So that might actually be 100% better. So I'm going to give that a shot later on tonight, and we'll see. I haven't submitted anything to Twitch yet. I'm going to think on it because I don't think that we have a lot of change opportunities once it goes in. I think it's in. Um, Maybe you can change them out. I don't know. I'll have to check that out. But I don't want to submit something that I become unhappy with later, if that makes sense. I frankly, I won't mention any names or point to any particular streams, but I've seen a few where people seem to have really rushed in their emotes, and they're really crappy, frankly, and I don't want to be that person. I'd rather have no emotes than crappy emotes, is the way I look at it. So I have at least one slot open. I don't know if I have any more than that open or not. I have at least one emote slot open. I might have three. I think the affiliates get three to start with. I'll have to have a look. I know Hustler Honey has three, but she also has more subs than I do, so it might be something that you gain with subs too. I'm not sure. I'll have to look at all the details. But that might work as well. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I picked that star shape because it's very reminiscent of the whole Batman theme, like comic book sort of theme that I was going for. That's sort of like a, um, I mean, that's really what I mean when I'm using the term bank or bankage. Is it's like a POW, it's like a Zowie kind of thing, right? Um, so I don't know. I'll play around with a few. I like shortening it to just bank. I never find it easy to say just bank. It's always bankage when I say it. Um, but I can actually see where that's as Piano says, there's some ambiguity there. It's not. It's kind of weird. It's not. It doesn't really. It's not really a word. Bank isn't really a word either, but it's a little closer, I guess, to a word than bankage. Um, bank is a made-up word. And when you make up a variation of a made-up word, that makes it even more made up, I think. So, so I think bank is a made-up word. I'm pretty sure it is. Although it's weird, when I was looking for a meme for bank, I did not get what I was expecting to get. And no, this wasn't a disgusting Google throws up the dredges of the internet sort of thing at me. Oddly, I got a bunch of people banking babies on the nose very lightly. Who knew? Who knew that's what bank actually was? So maybe if you had kids, maybe you knew. But I'm a childless person, so I have never had children, so I do not know what happens when you're raising children. But apparently you bank their noses, at least according to Google. Google meme searches for bank gifts. And yeah, actually something like a goldfish bowl, now that I'm thinking about it, especially if I expanded the letters out to sort of like bubbling them out as though it was underwater and it was magnified in weird ways and bubbled out to the whole size of the fishbowl. Yeah, that actually might work if I could work that effect. I have to play around with my GIMP and see how we go. Oh, for the record, I'm not talking about playing around with a guy in a rubber suit and a rubber mask. When I talk about playing with my GIMP, I'm talking about playing with my image manipulation software, which is called GNU Image Manipulation Program, or GIMP for short, if you don't use it. It's sort of one of the standard. I'm sure people know it out there. It's one of the standard open source image editing programs out there. Probably the standard these days. The free version of Photoshop, basically. So there's still 9 people remaining in the Comet here. We've moved up a little bit. We're sitting 4th of 9 with a couple of decent pots where we've pulled in some chipperoonies. And we're sitting here with Jack 10 in the small blind, or big blind, and it looks like we might be able to check through to a flop. Just never a terrible spot to be in with Jack 10. If it's suited, I'm probably much more inclined to put in a raise with it. The unsuited Jack 10 is I'm not sure that the actual numbers make any difference with the Jack 10 particularly. I mean, they obviously make a difference, but I'm not sure it's any more difference than it does with anything else. But I sort of look at Jack 10 as one of those speculative hands that's only really strong enough to be aggro with when it's suited. Otherwise, you see what you get. That could be the wrong way to look at it, but I've still got 2 overcards, so we could easily spike and win. And she could easily be betting this with ace high still, which means we could still spike and win. We're probably not ahead at this point. And the ace just got there with the straight. But that might be what she thinks we're on as well. Not really sure what she was trying to represent with those bets. Pretty sure it was ahead of my jack high, but I'm not really sure what those sort of min bets are supposed to be there, frankly. Oh, apparently bink is a Scottish word. Who knew? Although it actually definitely sounds like it could easily be Scottish. A bench to sit on, an open rack of shells for dishes, or a bank of earth. Alrighty, so it doesn't actually mean anything close to what we use it for in the Scottish form, but cool. Oh, it's definitely doable, and it's definitely doable in GIMP. The issue is my skill level in GIMP and the fact that GIMP is just slightly more gimpy to work with, frankly. It's Photoshop is easier to work with, and I really should pick up a copy of it at some point. I just really hate the price that they charge for it. I mean, I'm a guy who believes in paying for creative content and creative output, and I think you should get paid for what you do. I think charging $700-800 for those sorts of software packages is absurd, frankly. Um, and it's just not, just prices so many people out of the ability to actually make use of your product, which strikes me as a bad thing to do if you're in business to sell your product. I think there are less expensive ways to get access to Photoshop, and I might have to look at some of those as well, but just going out and buying the commercial package is kind of absurdly overpriced, I think. But I do think something related to bank is probably the most appropriate first emote we could have on the mothership here. It is one of my more common phrases and the thing we always like to do. So hey, let's do it. I'll work something out, probably submit it before the beginning of the week or before the end of this week. I know it usually takes a few days for them to approve them, depending, but we'll figure something out. Put in the raise with my king 10 suited here. And we take the blind sandy, so that's cool. We did level up one spot with an elimination here. So we're 4 of 8 now, 159 guaranteed. I feel like winning this one today. I think that's a great plan. What do you guys think? Nice one, Piano Cat. Well done, well done. Very well done. I should actually be looking at the qualifiers. I was saying I wanted to play qualifiers to try to grab some 10-yard tickets to lessen the blow a little bit of the dark matter buy-ins this week. So unless we're up against a pair of sevens, our hand's pretty good here. Got to Hollywood a bit here, make it look like I have to think about it. I guess the Hollywooding didn't really help there. Looks like Christian D is going to be out the next hand or two. On the absolutely tiny, tiny, tiny stack. Very nice piano cat. Very, very, very well done. You are doing great in the Saddies lately. Keep it up. Must be that Dara influence. Must be that Dara influence. I might just jump into that one. Although I'm more interested in thinking 10 euro tickets at this point. Although I suppose I could throw 5 euro tickets at Black Hole events. I'm not really a fan of the hyper format. So I'm jumping into the qualifier to 2 euro tickets, 4 tickets guaranteed, 40-cent buy-in is the one that I'm going to jump into. Because that gives me a 2 euro ticket, which I can then spin up into a 10 that I could use on a dark matter. Alrighty, well, if you guys insist, maybe I will give it a shot. Seems like a big Alrighty, I jumped into it as well. Peer pressure with you guys. Jeez. Sorry for being silent here for a little bit, folks. I'm just adding some tables to the mix as I've jumped into some of these qualifiers. I'm shoving ace-9 suited from the button in the hyper qualifier. Let's go have a look at that now. Ah, hello, Piano Cat. I see you up there. I see you there. God, King 10. King 10, King 10, King 10, King 10. I don't think that's a call. Peer pressure, it is. Come on. Down to 6 remaining in the Comet now. I'm all in here in the qualifier with ace queen, obviously. I've also put in a raise with ace king on the other qualifier table I'm on. And flopped pretty well there. Oh well, good game, Piano Cat. At least my chips went to a good place. At least my chips went to a good source. And we just lost Ace King against Ace Deuce on an Ace. What was the flop again? On an Ace 4 Deuce flop. So, you know, his dominated ace just gets there against us. So the qualifiers have gone pretty poorly for me so far. Definitely got the outs on this hand, though. And they all brick. I should be playing Bricky Martin today. Alrighty, so that was a quick and not so fun little diversion into the qualifiers for us. 0 and 0. Guaranteed 273 in the Comet now, though, so, you know, small favors. We are going to be all in with our Ace King. Crunch. Yeah, it's poker. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You've just got the queens there, and, you know, I should know better than to... I should know better. I should know you just have the queens there. Who is the machine? I'd have felt much worse about that hand, actually, if I sucked out on you, frankly, with your against your queens there. Yeah, no sorry at all. That's poker. I mean, that's just the way it goes. I'm shoving that hand 100% of the time, and you're calling your queens 100% of the time. And you know, sometimes I suck out on you there. Sometimes you suck out on there, and I feel bad when I suck out on you there. But I don't feel bad when I suck out on other people there. But I feel bad when I suck out on you there. If that makes sense. I still take your money, and I still take your chips, and I still happily stack them up, you know, on my side of the table. But I do feel bad while I'm doing it. Seems like a weird overbet there, but what are you going to do? This is a Comet Nano after all. I have won this tournament before, so we can do it again. We can definitely do it again. If I remember correctly, I pretty much crushed this tournament the last time I played it. I was like chip leader for pretty much the whole thing. So it would be a different path to get to the winner's circle if we got there this time, but could still work. Could still work. No reason why not. We've done it before. We can do it again. We proved on Saturday that we can win these tournaments twice after we won the dark matter for the second time. Still haven't won our second Comet yet, but we could do that. Nano, dark matter Nano, Comet Nano, that is. But we can do it. We can do it. 1390 wouldn't make up our total day with our 15 euros in buy-ins and big events, but it would certainly go a long way to making it making it easier to stomach. Might have opened that if it wasn't SSJ 3 whatever in the big blind up here. He's been pretty weird to play against. There has been much speculation on the identity of the machine. Interesting. Interesting. This is the first time so sick of this. Oh, funny. Obviously king on the flop, yes, obviously. I will have a look. This is the first time hearing of the machine, so I will have a look for their stuff and figure it out. This is I haven't seen the avatar, at least not that I've noticed before. No, first time hearing anything about it, so I will check it out. Suited ace-4 this time. Put in the raise with my diamond draw. Do I really want to? Yeah, I do. The level up isn't worth that much. I don't think the level up is worth. Yeah, level up's worth less than a euro. We get there. Good. Good, 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 good. I mean, I think I have to call there. I know there's the level up. I'm basically looking at this sitting guy and thinking that I'm kind of dumb if I bust my stack before he does. But at the same time, I think I just had too much equity in that pot to get out of the way. But listen, if you guys think differently on that one, Ant-Man, Addy, whatever, Piano Cat, let me know. But I do think I had to call off there and just hope for the best. I think he can be trying to push me off there. I don't even think he has to be as strong as a jack there. I think he'd be trying to push me off there quite a bit with his stack and with his playstyle to date. So I think getting away from ace high nut flush draw is probably never going to be a good move there. And I bet my house manages to bust before the short stack sleeper, which is what I was trying to avoid. So we're down to 4 remaining now. Guaranteed 519. Put in a value bet with my king now. I might have bet that turn anyways, even if I didn't have the king, but gotta just check back for my ace high value. I mean, I don't know if he turns that hand into a bluff or not, but yeah, I figured that's also what I figured. Once I decided to raise my draw, I have to call off. I'm pretty much committed at that point. I get out of the way here. Might be able to get heads up against SSJ here. Looks like we're going to. Sweet. So we're heads up. Got a chance to actually win this Comet Nano for the second time here, folks. Guaranteed 10 euros. Got 13 up top. Ace high's good here quite a bit. Oh, shoot, it is spoilers. Damn it. I'm sorry, guys. That is spoilers. I apologize. Trust me, we get heads up. Yeah, I definitely getting politicians calling me today, but we're not going to answer them while we're on stream. We're going to let it go to our voicemail. So this is not going to be an easy heads-up battle. This dude's been playing really well, and I've played against him before. Believe it or not, I recognize that random string of characters attached to that avatar. I played this guy often enough, so he's definitely a tricky. He's definitely a tricky player. So this is not going to be an easy heads-up battle to win. It's not going to be one of those cases where I can just wait for him to make a stupid move. He is not likely to make stupid moves very often, from what I've observed of his play in the past, and in this particular game as well. Nice one, Piano Cat. Well done. Well done. So I think with the backdoor spades, I don't think we can go anywhere here. We don't get the spades, but we do get our top pair. That said, if we keep flopping like this, it's going to be pretty easy to win this heads up, because we're hitting flops like crazy. I mean, granted, we didn't actually hit this flop. Not sure if I should have continued on that or not, actually, with his raise. I mean, I had a pretty strong hand there, draw-wise. I mean, heads up, it's a totally different calculation as well for hand strength, so... Just gonna check back this time. Middle pair. Nice. Good luck in that, Piano Cat. So he's continuing to bet against our second pair here. Wow, so that's like just under half pot. Yeah, it's the right call on the flop. We might be going on break, or we might be just done here. We'll see. No, we're going on break. We'll see you in a few minutes.
The Zeroids are here. From the planet Zero, the Zeroids. Zirak, the Zeroid commander, frees himself from his own Zeroid capsule. Advance! Zobor, the Zeroid transporter. Change his Zeroid capsule into a Cosmobile for hauling. Zintar, the Zeroid explorer. Change his Zeroid capsule into a lunar sled. Command the Zeroids to defend. Move forward, backward, and transport. Command the Zeroids from Ideal.
He's coming. It's King Zor. King Zor, the fighting dinosaur. He's on a rampage. Aim your dinosaur gun. Quick, hit his tail. Fire! King Zor is fighting mad. He's backing up to put you off guard. He's turning toward you. Look out, he's firing missiles. Each time you hit his tail, King Zor, the dinosaur, fights back. He never gives up. Nothing stops King Zor. When he hits his tongue, he backs up and turns away, ready to fight again. There's never been a fighting dinosaur like King Zor. Get King Zor complete with 5 missiles, 5 darts, and a dinosaur gun. Be ready for King Zor. He's ready for you.
G.I. Joe, G.I. Joe, fighting man from head to toe, on the land, on the sea, in the air.
G.I. Joe attacks! Boom, boom! G.I. Joe takes the hill! Bam, bam! Horrific battle!
terrific equipment to have a battle with. When you get G.I. Joe and the authentic G.I. Joe equipment, you'll have the greatest realism, the greatest fun you ever had in playing soldier. Box after box of authentic uniforms and equipment, so you can change your G.I. Joe soldier into a camouflage Marine ready for battle, a Navy frogman with complete scuba suit and inflatable life raft, an Air Force pilot with high-altitude helmet and air vest. Get G.I. Joe and get G.I. Joe equipment so you can set up exciting battle action whenever you want. Remember, only G.I. Joe is G.I. Joe.
What you are about to see is top secret. The first official test of the powerful new Lionel turbo missile firing car. Right beside it stands the new Lionel reconnaissance copter car. Suddenly, its roof snaps open, and the reconnaissance copter zooms aloft to get range and position of targets. And there they are, on the other side of the firing range, a battery of new Lionel aerial target cars. Their air compressors holding the targets in place. And now, the test. Fire 1. Fire 2. Test successful. See the exciting new Lionel turbo missile firing car, aerial target car, and the reconnaissance copter car. Remember, boy, you're the boss of the greatest action cars ever created when you own Lionel trains.
This is it. Enemy troops attacking from all sides. Situation calls for the gigantic power-packed missile cannon on wheels. This is Big Shot. Big Shot by Marx. Mounted on its huge six-wheel truck, you can move Big Shot anywhere. Loaded with these long-range rubber-tipped missiles. Set the cap-firing hammer. Swing Big Shot's barrel with this remote control switch. The remote control elevation knob raises and lowers the barrel.
Take her down to elevation 4. There's the target. Ready. Fire!
Wow, direct hit!
Battery-powered Big Shot comes complete with 3 rubber-tipped missiles, caps, and enemy target. Batteries not included. You're in command with the gigantic power-packed missile cannon on wheels. Bargain-priced Big Shot by Marx. Get it.
Voice control, Kennedy Airport. The tower speaks and tells you what to do. TWA Flight 7, clear to land.
Remco's voice-controlled Kennedy Airport is just like a real airport. You get over 16 different orders from the tower's electro-recorder that you hear through your earphones. Listen.
Ground control clears United 117.
Kids, for real excitement and adventure, take off with Remco's voice-controlled Kennedy Airport.
Alrighty, we're back. A little late, but we're back. Alrighty, I guess we live or die here. A pair of 6s with our flush draw. We live or die. Oh, we just get there. That was a little dirty, but I'll take it. I will take it. We just get there on the river. I mean, the spade would have made more sense, but I'll take the 7 for the 2 pairs. Oh yeah, lots of play left still. I'm not the least bit worried. That's why I realized there I didn't need to get things in at that point. Get the backdoor straights here, plus the pair to work with. I think there's a reasonable chance when he calls there he's got a king or a jack. But I also think he calls there with an ace high a fair bit on the flop, which he folds when it doesn't come through. He does it with some clubs. Ace high with a club is often what he's going to do that with. Middle pair. We sort of suspect he's on an ace when he raises, but this being heads up, it does not have to be the case. My 8 could easily still be the best hand here. Oh, just a slightly better 8. Alrighty. Alrighty then, good call. So that will make it 45. I don't believe he's got a deuce. So I think my ace is best here. Oh, he's got ace-7 already. Okay, well, we're done in second, I guess. 987 for second place. Not as good as first, but I will take it, and it's the way it goes in these. I mean, you know, I don't think there's any hands there that I could have played any better, at least not at the end there, and it's just the way it's going to run out when that happens. I don't think I could put him on a bigger ace there necessarily, so I think that's just a cooler heads up, I think. So it would have been nice to have gone deep in one of the big ones that we played. We did not do that today, but we're gonna have another couple tries tomorrow, and we did get a chunk of our buy-ins back today with 987 wins, so it's not a total loss. Let's put that in the bankroll tracker. And make sure we take a screenshot of this puppy too, even though it's only a second. A second is all right. This is going to look gross when we refresh our bankroll graph. That is going to look really gross. Oh, it actually doesn't look as gross as I thought it did. I mean, that is a big dip at the end, but it's not as gross as I thought it would. So this is second Comet Nano .jpg. Cool. Cool. And our bankroll numbers are not too bad today. We had a negative day. I mean, down 46% because of our big buy-ins. But had we not spent 15 euros on the dark matter and the black hole, it would have been a massively profitable day for us. But that's the way it goes. And you know, we hit one of those this week, and we're gonna have a nice add to our bankroll. So I'm still pretty happy to play them, and we will get back in tomorrow. So thanks for hanging out with me today. We will be back at this again. I think I'm going to stream again tomorrow. I'll probably, depending on Ian, if he streams tomorrow, then I may not. But then he said he's going to be away for the rest of the week, so you will see me streaming on Wednesday and Thursday, almost certainly. I think I have to go to work on Friday, so I don't think I'll be on Friday, but I should be back on Saturday as well. Although I may play Stream League and hang out on David's stream instead of streaming myself on Saturday as well. We will have to see how that rolls. But thanks all for hanging out with me today. Definitely check back tomorrow to see if we're running on another dark matter, and absolutely come back Wednesday to watch me fire another 10 into the dark matter and the black hole possibly as well. And you might even have a chance to see me do that tomorrow as well. Thanks for hanging out with me. We're going to bring this mothership in for a landing. I'm out. For more vintage poker content from Mothership Poker, click the subscribe button and check out the playlists for all of our old archived content, as well as the ads only cut from some of the early streams.